Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low-carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in Pupuk. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes, made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, Pupuk offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? Pupuk. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators, and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the Sustainability-Linked Loan Program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity, is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional, memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun duluan udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia, memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja, perlindungan lingkungan, serta peraturan yang berlaku di berbagai sektor industri. Dunia yang terus berubah, demikian juga kami. Adaptif, menciptakan solusi untuk menjawab kebutuhan pasar yang terus berkembang. Inovatif, memperluas jangkauan dan dampak melalui transformasi operasional. Solutif, mendukung pelanggan untuk mencapai target keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan usaha. Dedikatif, memberdayakan masyarakat, memperkuat ekonomi lokal, dan melestarikan lingkungan merupakan tanggung jawab sosial kami. Jaga integritas dan reputasi bisnis Anda, itulah yang kami lakukan. Sukovindo, assure your confidence.
Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low-carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energi, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energi, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in Pupuk. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, Pupuk offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? Pupuk. Safer, better.
track progress over time. And, a lot of
Hello, Ba. Hello, Ibu. We would like to test the sharing of the slides, if this is possible. Would it work for you? Maybe we can check Matt between us as well. It's okay. The audio is fine. I can't hear you, Matt. Oh yeah, you're muted. Yeah, sorry.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Now I hear you quite well. It might be, there's a little bit of echo compared to yesterday. Maybe there was an update. And by the way, there's a new mode of...
One minute. Now? Okay. Good morning to noon, everyone. Welcome to Indonesia Climate Pavilion. Hope everyone had a good rest and full of energy today. Today is Tuesday, 19th of November 2024. And although we are approaching to the end of the COP, but it's very, I see everybody still very excited, very eager to talk about climate. So today, we'll be talking about peatland conservation and carbon measurement. Indonesia wanting to achieve NDC target, and one of the mitigation actions carried out by the government is the sustainable management peatland ecosystem by groundwater level monitoring and calculating GHG or greenhouse gas emissions in peatlands. However, the methodology that is used to calculate AFOLU greenhouse gas emissions still refers to a basic equation approach. Therefore, acquire a higher level of accuracy for greenhouse gas emissions calculations to be more detailed and precise. So this session, we will share some knowledge on methodology for measuring carbon emissions on changes in groundwater level in peatlands from related stakeholders, and how an integrated information system could provide protection and enhance sustainable management in peatland ecosystems. To start with, please welcome the Secretary Directorate General of Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control Indonesia from the Ministry of Environment, Ibu Neti Widayati.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for welcoming in the Indonesian Pavilion, and special thanks to our speaker here. In this time, we will discuss about enhancing peatland conservation, advancement in carbon measurement through peat groundwater level management. I'm very delighted to join with this valuable event to reflect our shared commitment in the conservation and sustainable management of peatland ecosystem to achieve global benefit for water security, biodiversity, climate change, environment, as well as for socio-economic and people. This session will give us opportunity in sharing methodologies for measuring carbon emission on changes in GWL in peatland and supporting in the establishment of a GWL-based method for CO2 assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, referring to the Global Peatland Assessment by the Global Peatland Initiative UNEP 2022, peatland cover only around 3 to 4% of planet land surface, and around 60 tropical countries, including Indonesia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Peru, and the Republic of Congo, accounting for 10 to 16% of all peatland. Healthy peatlands serve as immense carbon stores, sequestering vast amount of carbon over centuries and providing numerous ecosystem services, protecting biodiversity, supporting livelihoods, and regulating water system. Therefore, it is crucial that we adopt effective management practices to preserve this landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is privileged to steward some of the largest and most ecological diverse peatland in the world. These unique ecosystems are not only vital to Indonesians' natural heritage, but also play a crucial role in the global fight against climate change. The importance of peatlands is woven into the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050, through which Indonesia aims to increase its ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Our strategy target peak national net GHG emission by 2030 at 1,244 million tons of CO2 equivalent, or 4.23 tons per capita, and aim to further reduce net GHG emission to 540 million tons, or 1.6 ton per capita by 2050. Through this and other efforts, we are committed to achieving net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Yet, as well as realizing this ambitious target is not without challenges, particularly in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, which remain one of the main contribution to Indonesia GHG emission. Emissions from follow are primarily driven by CO2, CH4, and N2O, with significant contribution from above ground biomass, peat decomposition, and fire. Over recent years, peatland fires have become a concerning source of emission. Ladies and gentlemen, in our national determined contribution, Indonesia has set ambitious target to reduce emission by 834 million tons of CO2 equivalent through conditional action, and by 1,081 million tons through further conditional target by 2030. A critical component of this reduction strategy is the sustainable management of peatland ecosystems, where groundwater level monitoring plays a pivotal role. By maintaining optimal groundwater level, we prevent peat oxidation, thereby reducing carbon emission and helping to stabilize this valuable ecosystem. Today's talk show is an essential forum for discussing carbon measurement, advancement through groundwater level management in peatland. Our objective are twofold: to share knowledge on methodologies for carbon measurement based on changes in GWL, and to gain support for establishing a GWL-based method for CO2 assessment. As we focus on these goals, we must also consider the need for advancing from current tier GHG calculation method to higher tier methodologies by using local emission factor to achieve higher accuracy in GHG calculation. Achieving this advance requires an integrated approach, and here the private sector's role is vital. We look forward to partnership that will help us develop an information system integrating private sector data and enhancing our monitoring capabilities. Such collaboration not only strengthen data precision, but also support our broader vision of sustainable peatland management in alignment with national climate targets. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let us remember that our work here is about more than technical methodologies. It is about securing a sustainable future for generations to come. Peatland are a critical natural resource and shares a responsibility. By investing in robust, innovative approach to GHG assessment and management, we make a stride towards climate resilience and environment stewardship. We are confident that through today's discussion, we will lay the groundwork for actionable solution and meaningful partnership. With this regard, on behalf of government of Indonesia, we invite to colleagues, government, global peatland expert, and international science community to put all resources and support in enhancing peatland conservation by advancing carbon measurement through peat GWL management. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging and insightful talk show discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Neti, for the keynote. And yeah, so today we'll be talking about peatland and carbon measurement. For those who still standing at the entrance, you are more than welcome to have a seat and join the discussion. Okay, since we have a big panel today, to joining online, I would invite Pak Zahrul Mutakin, who will serve as the moderator. And this is, by the way, the 5th or at least the 6th sessions he hosted. So please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Mona. Yes, thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you, and welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. I don't want to repeat what Mona Chang already said, and as well as the Ibu Neti already explained about the our today's discussion. Because we are going to talk about something that's very, very important because of this carbon emission or carbon stock are basically very high in peatland area. But I hope we are not intimidating with the mathematical formulation or whatever, because we are going to talk about very technical issue in measuring the groundwater level and measuring the greenhouse gas emission from peatland. Anyway, we will have 5 speakers. 3 will be speaking offline, but 2 will be join us online. I will check first. Maria and Matt, are you with us?
Thank you, Pa. It should be fine. We're here.
Okay, thank you, Maria and Warren. So, Matt. So, thank you for being with us this morning. So, I would like to invite another speakers, especially the offline speakers. The first is Mr. Muhammad Nur Andi Kusuma, the Director of Peatland Ecosystem Degradation Control from the Ministry of Environment of Indonesia. Please come to the stage, Pak. The second one, I would like also to invite my colleague, my Tomodachi, Tsuyoshi Kato from the Sumitomo Forestry. Please come to the stage. And last but not least, I would like to invite the representative from Global Environment Center. I would just inform that Mr. Faisal Paris cannot attend and will be represented by Ibu Serena Liu. Please come to the stage. Okay, thank you very much. And now we will have a presentation from the speakers. Then after that we will have a Q&A, and we will be closing with the statement from the speakers. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Nur Andi Kusuma, the Director of Peatland Ecosystem Degradation Control. He will be talking about the Indonesia's proposal on the new methodology for calculating of the CO2 emission reduction from peatland water management. Pak Nur Andi Kusuma, time is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
think still morning, right? Yeah, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers and moderators and ladies and gentlemen. Today I'd like to present to you the Indonesia's proposal on the new methodology for calculating CO2 emission reduction from peatland water management. As the moderator all mentioned that we are still using the tier 1 for the calculating the greenhouse gas emission from peatland, but we are trying to propose the new methodology to have at least tier 2 from the Indonesia side for the calculating the GHG emission factor from the peatland area. Okay, next. Sorry, I think can you see it, right? Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. So basically, we'll have the overview and then policy modalities, but I will focus more on progress on development of the methodology. So this is the Indonesia peatland. This is just a little bit overview to all of us. Indonesia is the highest country. Is the country that has the largest area of the peatland, tropical peatland in the world. We have around 24.7 million hectares of peatland, distributing from the Sumatra, from the Aceh until the Papua, but not in Java. So we have around Indonesia storing carbon peat reserves around 46 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, or about 8 to 14% of the world carbon contained in peat world. This is the benefit: the forestry, of course, the flood control, fire risk control, ecotourism, livelihood, and etc. Of course, the climate stability. I think I also have to mention to you that we are using the peatland hydrological unit as the smallest spatial unit for the management of the peatland, which is consists area of peatland adjacent to the rivers or the lake or the sea. So this is the PHU. We use it as the peatland hydrological unit. This is the map of the status quality of the ecosystem of the peatland. As you can see, there are several areas that have the declination trends. So in the statistic, we have up to now, 2024, we have around 2.5 million hectares that the condition is degraded of the peatland. So it is our huge job to restore it to the good condition, to the health condition of the peatland. It is consists of around 700,000 in the concession area, but the mostly in around 1.8 million hectares is in the suburb or the village area. So from the status of the map quality, we also developed the priority restoration for area for the peatland in Indonesia. We hope we can restore until 2030. So policies and modalities. Basically, we already have policies. We call it as 3 Rs, which is the revegetation, re-wetting, and also revitalization of livelihood. Of course, we have supporting in the stakeholder engagement, finance, and system of information and law enforcement. I think these are all the another policies that to support for the peatland ecosystem restoration. This is the example of the peatland restoration ecosystem. This is the left side. This is the re-wetting activities. We use the canal blocking, and then in the middle is the revegetation, and the left side is the right side is the revitalization of the livelihood. So basically, one of the big policy for us for the peatland management is we have to correct the management of peatland. Usually the concession area, the private sector, even the local communities, when they prepare the peatland, they're using the canal, which is the point is the canal made is basically they drain the water in the peatland, so it is the very dangerous condition. So we try to make a canal blocking and then also to recontouring the water management for the ecosystem for the peatland. So we hope that from the intervention of the rewetting, we could restore the peatland condition into the original status. Okay. As I mentioned that we are the one focusing policies and the program implementation of the peatland management is the management of the water level. So because of based on the statistic from the literature also, we see that there is really high correlation between the hotspot number with the level of the groundwater. You can see, as you can see, when the groundwater level is really deep, is really down. So basically, the peatland is dry. Okay. So, but the possibilities of the occurrence of the hotspot then will increase. As you can see from this one. So, and then this is also another research conducted by the Hiroshi Hayasaka and then also Muhammad Taufik also mentioned that the groundwater level in the minimum condition is the least condition for the groundwater level that we can consider as still safe is the 0.4 meters. So if reduced than 0.4 meters, so the possibility to the occurrence of the forest fire will be increased. So that's why we're using the 0.4 meters of the groundwater level as the number for all the activities in the peatland area should comply with. It is also from the research shown that if a company, for example, oil palm company that can maintain the groundwater level at the minimum of 0.4 meters below the surface, they can increase the productivity of the palm oil around 13%. This is based on the research. And then also this another research also show that if we can maintain the groundwater level below the minimum 0.4 meters, so we can increase the production by 30%. So using that situation and condition, we enforce the concession area, the private sectors in oil palm, in the forest sectors. They have to maintain the groundwater level at the 0.4 meters below the surface. So how can we ensure that the local company using complying with that regulation? We ask them to provide the groundwater level monitoring stations. So basically, we have now up to now we have around 10,000 units of groundwater level monitoring, or almost 11,000 actually up to now. Coverage actually with 4.1 million hectares. So I think this is the good modalities for us. But based on the this is the condition of the groundwater level data logger monitoring, and then this is we have the online reporting system for the reporting ground level monitoring. So you can see from the Aceh, from the Sumatra, Kalimantan, and several area of the Papua, which has the peatland, we have the ground level monitoring unit. So this is also the system information that we have. Now, as I mentioned, that groundwater level monitoring unit now we reach around 11,000 units across Indonesia. So, but from that condition, we also learned that using the new research, they have provide us the good enough condition argumentation that the greenhouse gas emission from the peatland basically come up have high correlation with the groundwater level of the peatland area, not really about the cover surface of the area. So we have this opportunity since we have the modalities of that 11,000 units, so we can have actually almost real time situation of the groundwater level for peatland in across area in Indonesia. So basically, based on that condition, we think that we can propose new methodology to calculate the greenhouse gas emission from the groundwater, based on groundwater level of the peatland. So that is we from that one we hope that we can use this data as the tier 2 for the methodology for calculating the greenhouse gas emission from the peatland. Up to now, we are still using the tier 1 equation, which is the equation. Basically, this is based on the land cover area of the peatland area. So now we also have from the newest research international publication journals that this research already using the what we call as the eddy-covariance tower, that using the net flux of the greenhouse gases from above the ground, above the trees in the peatland area. So we can have this data. Basically, this is the net flux of the greenhouse gas emission from the peatland area. So we are using this journals, researches using this methodology. So we try to develop the newest we try to propose the newest methodology for this. This is a condition from the eddy-covariance tower. So basically, from several, this is just the one example from the journals that from this Mark JS et al. The conversion of intact site to acacia plantation results in long-term net increase in greenhouse around 18.1 tons CO2 equivalent per hectare per year. And then also establishment of acacia plantation from degraded site is result in a lower long-term GHG emission of 7.5 ton CO2 equivalent per hectare per year. So this is several condition results from the research that we use up to now as the one of the source for developing our methodology for the greenhouse gas emission calculation from the peatland. So the methodology, basically we are using peer review of several journals, research, and then we develop this as the modeling for the peatland, from the peatland for CO2 emission. So these are several peer review progress, but I think I want to show you that we are still a long way to be there, to have the robust modeling methodology for calculating the greenhouse gas emission. And fortunately, we also have supporting from our colleague, Mr. Kato here. We have cooperation with Sumitomo to also develop the methodology using the real data using the eddy-covariance tower. So this is the very good condition that from the peer review from the journals, we hope that we can make a validation of the methodology based on our cooperation. So up to now we are still the second screening. This is the point after the screening from the Scopus GS research, and then after that we have to have that data verification and validation, and then model development. At the end we will deliver the methodology using the article and report drafting. So, yes, we are still facing several situations that from the several research, the basic equation to calculate the greenhouse gas emission from the peatland area is still not really robust. As you can see that the R square factor is less than 0.5. So the confidence for us is not really good enough. So this is based on basically around 136 134 articles, and we screened 62 articles, and from 62 articles we also eliminated 33 articles. So basically from that articles we have this data but not really have the good equation. This is for the ongoing uncorrected forest data, and then this is also for the acacia plantation for the forest economy sector, and then from the oil palm data is also not really good equation because the R square is less than 0.5. As you can see, R square is 0.12 and 0.28. And then the last one is also from ongoing uncorrected agricultural data. It is also the R square is still not really confident enough because it's less than 0.5. So this is some technical notes, challenge and difficulties. Low accuracy of uncorrected emission value. We need to correction and more data. So based on the journals, but we have to really good data from the field. So we hope that for the next year we can finish the data to make this the more accurate methodology for the greenhouse gas emission calculation. And then CO2 groundwater level functions were fitted according to an average value of each reported article. So we have to neglect high variances that may arise within the input data. All significance of the fitted functions might be overestimated or over optimistic since the validation data were the same as the training data. So basically from this around 30 journals articles, the value, the methodology produce more overestimated and over optimistic data since they use the validation data the same as the training data. And then also we could not consider in dividing the input data set to training and testing data, as I mentioned, because they mix the data for every research. They mix the training and also the validation data. So it conclude the low accuracy. For the next one, next step, we have to use this model development proposed. We are using the static using allometric equation, and the next we have to make using the dynamic using temporal gross primary production raster. So this is combination from the field data and also from the satellite data. So this is the model development part of that dynamic gross primary production using the satellite data. So this is one of our methodology to conclude the methodology for the greenhouse gas emission calculation. See, this is the recommendation is the source of our data, and I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Nur Andi, for explaining the proposal of Indonesian government in managing groundwater level of Indonesian peatlands. We learn about that from the meta-analysis as well as the from the data collection in the field. So it's still some time to go next. Now I would like to invite the private sector working in the Indonesia's Peatland, Pak Kato, who will be talking about the challenge and also maybe some innovation in their operation in managing peatland. Please, Pak.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Kato, and I'm honored to present today on the pilot project on the restoration and management of peat ecosystem in Central Kalimantan. This initiative is a collaborative effort to achieve sustainable peatland management, and I'm excited to share our objectives, progress, and vision for the future. Tropical peatlands are massive reservoirs of CO2 and water. However, improper development can lead to massive peat fires, turning these areas into significant sources of CO2 emissions. Additionally, during the rainy season, such management often causes flooding, severely impacting the lives of local communities. This presentation will produce a new project to develop Tier 3 level GHG measurement methodologies alongside peatland management practices designated to prevent peat fires and reduce CO2 emissions. Let me begin by sharing our successful case study from West Kalimantan. Through reforestation initiatives, community collaboration for fire prevention, and efforts to conserve biodiversity and also decrease CO2 emissions. This work demonstrates the possibility of integrating economic viability with environmental sustainability and creating a balanced approach to peatland management. Now we are implementing a pilot project in Central Kalimantan's ex-megalized project area. This project site covers 18,000 hectares with a feasibility study area of 10,000 hectares. It has minimum forest cover and extensive grass growths and frequent fires in recent years. Our objectives include applying and validating techniques from West Kalimantan and evaluating economic feasibility, establishing greenhouse gas measurement methods, and developing sustainable management practices. The project is a collaboration between the Ministry of Environment with Mr. Director Pa Andi and Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency and Sumitomo Forestry. In addition to these core organizations, we work closely with local communities and researchers to ensure the project's success. Topographic surveys are crucial for understanding the regional landscape and water flow. We are conducting ground surveys using total station and GPS GNSS. Progressing about only 1 kilometer a day. To enhance efficiency, we have integrated UAVs with LiDAR technology, while dense grass vegetation have challenges. But this method has helped us identify water flow directions and small-scale channels in the area, which are essential information for effective water management. One critical issue we identified is splitting large pit dome by water canals, which has drastically reduced the dome's ability to retain water. As a result, we see fires during dry season and severe floods in downstream villages during wet seasons. Addressing this problem requires identifying these areas and developing effective restoration methods to restore the pit dome's natural functions. Technically, we use UAVs and remote sensing for efficient surveys and water management techniques from West Kalimantan. Using a flux tower, we will measure CO2, CH4, and N2O, and monitor groundwater and also organic matter from the project site to rivers and canals. It's missing data from Peatland area, so we will conduct a measurement organic matter to rivers and canals. And also economically, creation of carbon credit and sustainable business model ensure long-term viability. This balance of innovation and sustainability supports both environmental restoration and global standards. A key component of this project is development of methods for greenhouse gas measurement. This work will contribute to international standards such as IPCC guideline and support data-based management strategies for peatlands. So sorry. As we move forward, we face several changes. As we move forward, we have faced several changes. First, existing. As we move forward, we face several challenges. First, existing topographic maps must be rechecked, and new mapping methods using UAVs and satellite images should be the focus. Second, while adapting new technologies, we must carefully consider their specific characteristics and combine strengths for optimal outcomes. Finally, relying on outdated aerial survey data has significant risks. A comprehensive master plan for the EMRP area is essential to achieve zero fire and zero flood risks. In conclusion, this pilot project demonstrates a model for balancing economic viability, environmental conservation, and social harmony. If successful, it will provide a scalable solution for global management of tropical peatlands. I will invite you all to join us in this effort. Together we can create sustainable future for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Kato, for explaining the progress of the pilot project for managing the peatland area in Indonesia and hoping to have a new methodology for measuring and also monitoring the groundwater level. Next, I would, if you okay, Maria and Matt, I would like to little bit change the order of the speakers, because one, we already have information and experience from Indonesia. I would like to now invite Ms. Serena Liu for explaining the experience of Malaysia for that. And then after that we go to FAO. Thanks you.
Good morning, everyone. Selamat siang semua. I would like to stand here because this is too tall for me, and then I cannot see the screen because I'm too cute. Okay. Can I have the screen share on this TV, please? Or I can use that one. Okay. So I would like to apologize first because the Pak Faizal is chairing another session in another pavilion, and I'm representing him from the Global Environment Center to talk about the reducing greenhouse gas emission from the peatlands in Malaysia by enhanced water management. So our work basically partnership with the Steffi from Interpeat, the Liverpool John Moores University based in UK. Okay, next, we heard about this, peatlands regulates the climate, and we have the carbon store, at the same time we have the carbon source. If we are not managing it properly and lead to the fire. So you see here the diagram. On the right hand side is a good forest, peat swamp forest, and then we have the leaf litter carbon input to the peat layer. But when we have drained the peatlands, then we have a lot of this emission. So the emission not only from the decomposition itself, but because of the drain condition, and then we'll have a more decomposition, and also sometimes it will lead, or most of the time will lead to the pit fire. So the emission from the drainage of pit soils, carbon dioxide emission in related to the depth of the drainage in peatlands in Southeast Asia has been studied in detail by Hoyer 2010. So the study compared emissions measured with the greenhouse gas samples and calculated from the peatland subsidence with the different water levels. We also have this, the study basically saying that I developed the formula to predict the emission based on the peatland water level. So 0.91 ton carbon dioxide per centimeter of drainage in peatlands multiplied by the average water levels. So this formula has been used by Peatland Directorate of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for the peatland rewetting and also enhanced plantation water management that Pa Andi has presented earlier. They have more than 11,000 monitoring points across the country. And the roundtable on sustainable palm oil RSPO in their greenhouse gas emission calculator in 2014, they also used the same formula. So the next one, we refer to the IPCC value, 2013 the wetland supplement. So you see the land use categories have a different categories against the carbon by ton per hectare per year, and also the CO2 emission per ton per year. So when we look at this, we have the plantation, drain, short rotation, such as the acacia is actually 20 carbon ton emission per hectare per year. If convert to the CO2, it's become the 73.4 ton. So when we come across this, and then we notice that the plantation with a shallow drain, typically less than 0.3 meter, which is 30 centimeter, typically used for the agriculture, such as sago palm, emitting less carbon or the carbon dioxide, which is actually the 5 carbon dioxide ton per hectare per year. So however, a more comprehensive or consolidated study research result is needed to include other factors, such as minimizing the N input, the nitrogen input, due to the nitrate oxide emission, for better understanding of the existing cultivation on peatlands. So this is a picture taken in Johor in Malaysia. So peatland drainage also leads to subsidence. It's not only leading to the fire that will happen during the long dry season, but also will have the subsidence impact. So you see here in 1979, you can see the year on the pole. The first industrial oil palm plantation on peatland developed in the early 1960s, and then 1979, you already can see it's actually subsiding, and then in 2007, it's actually subsiding for 2 meter. So we see the 3 to 4 meter of the subsidence within the 15 years at this area. According to the widespread subsidence and carbon emission across Southeast Asia peatlands by Ellison and all in 2019, the background is basically to study the tropical peatlands in the Southeast Asia that have been deforested and also drained. So as a consequences, declining water tables are exposing peat to oxidation, converting plant materials accumulated over millennia to carbon dioxide and causing the land subsidence. Quantifying the widespread peat carbon loss by using the INSAR, the remote sensing tool, to map subsidence at the 90-meter resolution across 2.7 million hectares of peatland areas from 2007 to 2011. So the finding basically mentioned that 90% of the survey area is subsiding with a mean rate of the 2.2 centimeter per year. So there were two methodologies here. So first one is an approach first applied to the tropical peat, which biodensity profile are plotted relatively to the land. If you see on the right, you can see the profile there. And then the second, many on the biodensity profile are plotted relative to elevation. So you can see the method 1 and 2, they have a different emission factor. So for the first model, 568 million ton carbon dioxide per year, and the second method, it was 160 with a plus minus 61 million ton carbon per year. So have different methodology come up with a different result. According to the study here, the global warming potential, the CO2 equivalent for the peat-swamp forest conversion, you can see the forest is lead to 74 ton carbon dioxide equivalents per hectare per year, drain peatland, young oil palm, matured oil palm, and also the annual emission factor. So the emission factor here is referred to the 90 ton carbon dioxide emission per hectare per year. So the total for the 25 years of the emission factor, it came out to 2,743.8 ton carbon dioxide equivalent per hectare per year. So we can see actually here is a more clearer if I compare with the photo. When we have good forest, emission is low. When we have the young palm, then its emission is high. I think this is the highest because we have the drain peatland. We have to open up the drain to drain out the water, and then to have a young palm, and then the sequestration of the young palm is less compared to the mature palm. Conversion of the new palm from the swamp forest leads to particular high emission. So now refer to the N2O emission, which is actually 265 times more powerful than the CO2. So often double the groundwater potential CO2 equivalence of the CO2 alone. So are not so tightly tied to the water table depth specifically, but are linked to the water table variability. So the N2O emission are minimized by maintaining the stable height of the water table depth as opposed to the large variabilities. So monitoring annual average of the water table depth without accounting for the variance may be misleading in predicting the emission. So early data from the drain degassing emission measurement suggests this may be significant source of the both CO2 and also where the fertilizers are used. So slowing the flow rate in drain by water control structure or the canal blocking are actually reducing this emission. So next, this the study by Wigan, 2018, used the radiocarbon content of the aerosol samples in Singapore from September 2014 until the October 2015 to find out what exactly the issue of this haze and which particular actually coming from. So it found that 85% of the haze in the Southern ASEAN originated primarily from the peat burning and not from the deforestation fire or the waste burning. So revetting and the reduction of the fire. So we talk about the fire happening. Okay, now we need to know about the revetting because we need to recover and how to prevent the fire happening again. So this is one of the studies or the actual actions that we have introduced to Southeast Pahang in Malaysia, where we actually working together with the government, with the private sector, and also the community. We put up 10 to 13 canal blocks in that piece of land, and we managed to restore 1,700 hectares of degraded peatland, with no fire after 5 years now. So very simple materials that we use. So water revetting for the awareness, because the community based on the whatever resources available on the site. So community are helping in the installation and monitoring piezometer in peatlands that links to the groundwater table and also the peat subsidence and water level markers in drains. So data collected for reference and prevention actions to be undertaken and linking to the awareness of the fire risk and also social health risk. So we need to make the community understand why we need to do this, because they are our partners, long-term partners. If they refuse to do it or they open up the canal block, actually it will not help us, right? So we need to build the trust together with them, and then we explain to them many times so that the community understand why we need to do this. So of course, doing this, we also have some data analysis here for the Raja Musa, which is actually in Selangor State in Peninsular Malaysia from 2018 to 2024. Is related to the hotspot information as well that are shown by Pak Andi earlier. So this is the water level, groundwater level data that we have. And also for the peat swamp forest recovery after the revetting and the fire prevention, if you can see here on the left, 2013, the area is green, but then after that 2017 we have the severe long drought and then fire happened, and then we have to do the replanting. So after that we have the trees survive in that area with the water management and also the fire danger rating system. You can see the signboard over there. This is under the partnership with the private sector to Samtabi plant. So the reduction in the area of fire within the peatland forest reserve in Selangor, you can see here after the revetting in 2012 to 2023. Earlier we have a lot of these hotspots, but then after that we have almost to zero. And then for the fire also, we have a less fire incidents in the forest reserve. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Serena, for explaining what the Malaysia have done in terms of managing peatland. So we have learned from Indonesia and Malaysia. So what have the rest of the world do about the peatland management? And we have now two speakers from FAO. It's very authoritative source persons that will talk about how at the global level of peatland management have been doing in right now. So Maria Nutinen and Matt Warren, the screen are yours now, please.
Thank you so much, Pa. Thank you for Indonesia again inviting us to this excellent pavilion. Very nice to see so high-level technical contributions here from different sectors, and congratulations to former previous speakers on the level of information shared. We're basing this presentation, of course, with the collaboration with Indonesia since 2016 on peatland matters, but also indeed, as Pa was saying, all the experience from around the world. Let me know if you don't see the presentation, but I think I see on the screen it's showing quite nicely, but don't hesitate to let us know if there are any issues with seeing their slides. Thank you. So our topic is how to confront the challenge of innovative solutions for peatland monitoring. This is a joint work from our Forest and Climate team here at the Forestry Division, and we greet you from Rome today. Peatlands in climate commitments. So let's start from here. Indonesia is among the really ambitious countries. It has set some restoration targets, especially for mitigation, but in most cases, peatlands are quite underrepresented in climate commitments, strategies, and action plans. We have done an updated NDC analysis this year, which has been launched actually yesterday, and a more detailed report is coming out soon. But here we see that really under 5% of countries hosting peatlands are including, let's say, peatland restoration or other means to reduce degradation and conversion. In terms of adaptation actions, for example, for enhanced water resilience, water-related resilience to floods and other matters where peatlands can support the adaptive capacity, only 8 parties specify peatlands there, let alone how many parties would have specific indicators, for example, in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions or adaptation benefits. So in overall, we see quite a lot of requests coming in to support the inventories of greenhouse gases, assessment, inventories, about the mapping area, also inventories, of course, of greenhouse gases, and how to monitor and report on peatlands through different means. Here is a report that we did in 2022, which gives a kind of an overview from different aspects until the finance opportunities Thank you. Let's moving forward. Let's not forget the global initiatives for support. Many of you may be aware of these, but of course the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration that carries on still at least 6 years. This is an opportunity to really highlight peatlands as one of the key ecosystems that are being supported. We'll have more opportunities with FAO, thankfully, to support the ecosystem, especially the restoration and restoration monitoring in different geographies in the coming years. Then I would like to mention, of course, the International Tropical Peatlands Center that has been hosted by Indonesia, where there are a lot of opportunities, not only under tropical countries, but triangular cooperation around peatland monitoring. And then finally, let's not forget the Global Peatlands Initiative, where we are already 55 members who are working together to save the peatlands as the world's largest terrestrial organic carbon stock. Let me move forward to my second last slide before I hand over to colleague. Just to remember the key components of peatland monitoring, and this might be very clear to many of you, but not all COP goers, for example. We of course need those baseline data layers of where the peatlands are located, what is their area, if they are degraded, pristine, should we be monitoring them for different purposes, for example, the fire. Then the activity data, indeed, are there drainage channels, what is the land use being applied, plantations, is it the vegetation that it will replenish the peat, if it's wet or something else. And then finally the emission factors that have been discussed already here briefly and which are one of the key gaps, and Matt will talk about those in a moment. But indeed, there are still challenges, as colleagues were saying, there's a long way to go. The data and methods for peatland monitoring are still lacking outside of a few well-studied areas. And of course, Indonesia is one of them. We know a lot about Indonesia's peatlands. There's a high motivation indeed to stop fires, but also the emissions and help the communities to adapt better. So there has been a lot of progress, and a lot of the methodologies already applied are very much based on science, but we still need to invest more. For example, the monitoring of the groundwater level, and then moving forward to emission estimates in the tropical areas. More data is needed here, and of course Indonesian government hosting a lot of the data or collecting a lot of data also from private actors is in a special position to develop these methods further. But we need to also look at other climatic zones, let's say for example mountain areas, be it in Africa, Latin America and elsewhere. The character of peatlands limits, of course, the use of remote sensing, so we need to understand this well. So we cannot only look at the land cover alone, for example. We need to indeed pay attention to the groundwater level, how it's fluctuating, and of course the science-based recommendation for peatland restoration, for example, to bringing back really all the ecosystem services, is bringing it close to the surface level and trying to manage it. We know it's difficult, right? This is difficult in tropical conditions, trying to manage the water table close to the ground level. This is the real way of getting all the benefits that we can from in terms of ecosystem services. There's a lot of advances with remote sensing, so radar, for example, for monitoring soil moisture, LiDAR for monitoring subsidence. These are the advances that we are exploring with different academic partners. Different initiatives are ongoing. Also, for example, recognizing the peat soil being used for croplands. This is, for example, in temperate and boreal areas. So a lot can be explored there further, but indeed the ground data, on-the-ground data is still quite scarce, and its quality can be enhanced. So the needs are a lot on the research and development, but basing it on the real experience, advancing with peatland restoration and advancing with ground-based measurements while we work forward and try to make the mitigation and adaptation action happen on the ground. I close with this, and I hand over to a colleague who is taking FAO's work on climate change related monitoring on peatlands to a next level. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you so much, Maria, and greetings to all of you in Baku and for those joining online. It's truly an honor today to be able to present to you all on this topic. It's so exciting to see Indonesia bringing so much attention to really the technical issues and really the challenges of measuring greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands. So thank you so much to the organizers as well. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Matt Warren, a forestry officer with the FAO, focused on peatlands and other high carbon ecosystems. So picking up where Maria left off, as you all are probably quite familiar with the IPCC wetlands supplement, this was really a milestone achievement of kind of recognizing that the 2006 guidelines for greenhouse gas inventories were not really sufficient to estimate greenhouse gas emissions for wetlands, and there is a need for specific wetland guidance. And the result was our this 2013 supplement, which was the first to really provide the tier 1 emissions factors that we've heard about earlier, just really beginning to be able to assign values to emissions from peatlands that had been converted to other land uses or degraded, for example. And the supplement really compiled the best data that was available at the time. And through that exercise, like whenever we do a review, not only do we learn about really what the state of science is, but we also see where there are significant gaps. And so really, I think what was evident in the supplement was that there were a lot of areas where data were deficient, and there's a lot of real need for new research. And so is the best available data at the time, but there were data was also quite scarce for non-CO2 greenhouse gases, as well as data was scarce for many peatland categories and in different regions. So a lot of different peatland categories were kind of combined into broad categories for the emission factors, and it only covered drainage and rewetting, mostly focused on conversion rather than rewetting and restoration, and it also wasn't really able to address other drivers, like, for example, overgrazing is a big problem in many peatland areas, and there are very few data for that. Also, fire emissions are quite complicated to measure, and we're also still kind of lacking data for that. So there's a lot of room for improvement, although it's a very helpful tool for countries to begin to start assigning values to emissions estimates and coming up with greenhouse gas inventories. Next. I don't think I can control the slide from here, sorry. Okay, so next slide.
Sorry, there seems to be delay. We saw it well on the screen, but not on our screen. Sorry. There, here we go. Maybe now. Over.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that FAO is doing with partners, the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology at Leicester University, is a review, since it's been 10 years since the wetland supplement. There's been so much science that has come out since then, and through this effort, we've had 571 new studies identified, which has allowed 7 new subcategories for forest land, that's forested peatlands, also specific emission factors for industrial and smallholder oil palm areas. And so we have more refined emission factors for different types of peatlands through this effort. And then it also pointing out that there's only 7 data points available for Africa in total. So we still have a whole continent where there's just very, very little data available for peatland emissions. Thanks. Next. And I think, as we've seen before, it's really, when we're thinking about peatland monitoring, it's really about the local monitoring, because we have these broad greenhouse gas emission factors that were published in our studies, but there's also a need for any restoration effort to really track progress over time. We need to really think about monitoring beforehand and invest time and resources to designing a monitoring plan even before the intervention. So really, it's great to be able to establish a baseline before the wetting begins and be able to track the progress and see how the rewetting is really impacting some of these key indicators of the carbon balance, such as groundwater level, subsidence, or soil greenhouse gas emissions. So I think we've seen some great examples today of that on the private lands. And so that's really what we're trying to encourage, is with any of these efforts, the more monitoring we have, the more data we have, and then the more data we have, the more accurate our emissions will be from either converting peatlands or restoring peatlands or rewetting peatlands. Next, please. So this is some of the work that we're doing also, is exploring relationships between some of the indicators of carbon balance. So we can look at remotely sensed soil moisture measurements and try to relate that to groundwater level and also peat properties and emissions. So ideally what we would like to do is be able to have these strong linkages between groundwater level and emissions like we've seen in the earlier presentations. And then also if we can look at relationships between groundwater level and soil moisture, and we could be able to monitor peatlands over really broad, large areas to get a more general sense of the emissions and the carbon balance at much, much larger scales. But again, we do need the local data to be able to develop those models. And currently, over 22 million hectares of peatlands, like Pak Andy mentioned, there's so much variation that it really makes it difficult, and we can always use more of that local data. And also just developing new greenhouse gas accounting methodologies, ideally to fit into subnational RED frameworks or national RED plus frameworks, so that we can attract the climate finance that is so desperately needed to support peatland conservation and restoration efforts. Thanks. Next slide. So some recommendations, as I mentioned, is just to really think about the monitoring plan before the restoration has begun, and also just really make sure that there's enough budget allowed, include monitoring and a very long-term, robust monitoring plan in the budget of the restoration activities if possible. And we also building on field data and using Earth observation data to cover large areas over long periods of time. That's something important that we've seen, is that we really needed a long-term outlook. So these processes take many, many years. So we need decades of measurements. We're not going to see real results in 1 or 2 years, or we're not going to be able to really make strong conclusions after just a few years. We need long-term data sets. So we have to think about that when we think about monitoring. And also just building on existing inventories and monitoring systems. So the national forest monitoring systems that are in existence, or other natural resource monitoring systems that are being employed nationally. Integrating peatland monitoring in those, such as fire risk management systems, things like that. It's really important to try to link peatland monitoring into those kinds of systems, and that's another thing that FAO is also trying to do in Southeast Asia and African countries as well, in the Congos and Uganda and Rwanda. So in terms of next steps, really is just integrating high carbon system restoration as part of national restoration plans and linking those to the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. FAO hosts a framework for ecosystem monitoring. It's a registry, so these restoration efforts can be actually documented and added to that registry. Also, just knowledge exchange, as Maria mentioned, is very important as we all embark on this kind of new land management, really, like peatland restoration and rewetting is sort of a newer kind of land management and land use. So we really need to share experiences among ourselves across all countries and all regions, I think globally. And then I mentioned the UN Decade already, and then also just enhancing the science-based approaches to cover entire peatland areas, as we heard about hydrological units, so covering very, very large areas of peatlands so that we can achieve the full potential for emissions reductions and avoided emissions from peatlands. And with that, I think, next slide. I'd like to just thank you all very much, and if there's opportunity for questions, we're definitely available, and please reach out to us to join our global community of practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Applaud for Maria and Matt about their presentation in this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically we ran out of time, but I may have request 10 more minutes for question and answer. So at least I would like to invite two question from the floor. Is there any question for this very technical issue in the Peatland? One, okay. But before you raise your question, but 1 minute, Pak, for Pak Kato to have clarification. Then we have a question and answer.
I would like to ask about total organic carbon from peatlands to rivers. The data is will be quite huge, but we don't have any data on TOC. I would like to ask peat scientists why don't obtain these data, or is there any or is there or we don't get any TOC data, so I would like to ask about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Maybe the peatland scientist can answer this one, but then I would like to invite the question from the floor.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. I'm Carlo from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. So I guess my question is especially for those who are working on the ground. I'm curious in terms of your rewetting efforts or restoration efforts. If you have any observations or information, data on the changes as well on biodiversity, because I guess it would be good to complement these efforts in terms of restoration if it's translated to also an increase in biodiversity. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have two questions. First is why there is no data for.
Thank you for your question. We Sumitomo Forestry has concessions in West Kalimantan, Indonesia, and then we implement biodiversity surveys regarding orangutan population of orangutan and other animal species, and also we have done vegetation survey, and also fauna aquatic species. So we confirmed peatland biodiversity of peatland is quite rich rather than other vegetation types. So if you want, please access me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Ibu Serena.
Yeah. Okay. For the question from the ACB, from Global Environment Center, we do have the biodiversity assessment for some of our project sites. We managed to capture hairy-nosed otter come back to the area, and also we have the betta as well. But this information is quite restricted at the moment, and I do a bit of promotion a bit. Tomorrow we will have exhibition booth at number 6. If you can drop by, and then we can show you the pictures. Thank you.
Pak Nur.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Actually, in Indonesia, we already have the inventory maps for the peatlands for almost 70% of our peatland. So we still have around 30% of the peatland that hasn't been inventoried yet. But from the inventory activities, we also identify the flora, the fauna of these biodiversity of every single PHU. So we have 846 PHU, consists of total 24 million hectares. We already made inventory for around 17 million hectares of the peatland. We also it's around 400 PHUs already. We inventory that. Basically, from several category from the inventory, we also make identification for the biodiversity. But the main issue is that the situation of the peatland is still, of course, most part of the area is changing due to the development. So I think we still have to develop our mechanism to make the biodiversity identification in periodic way, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bandi. Maria and Matt, do you have any thoughts about this one?
Yes, thanks. I would love to respond to the first question about total organic carbon losses in peat drainage canals and drainage waters. I think it's so great that to really just raise the awareness of this critical knowledge gap. You know, it's not only with total organic carbon, but with many other aspects as well. We still have just such a long way to go, and just so much to still study to better understand peatland. And I think it stems from I think a lot of the peatland research that's been going on. You know, we've made so much progress over the past decade or so or more. But really, you know, it's really the interdisciplinary nature of peatlands, because we've looked at peatlands through the lens of maybe forestry, if we're looking at peat swamp forests, or agriculture, if we're looking at plantations or agricultural uses on peatlands. And so, you know, looking at peatlands through the lens of foresters or soil scientists or agronomists, you know, we still have room for the aquatic ecologists and those who study biogeochemistry of wetlands and things like total organic carbon and dissolved organic carbon and particulate organic carbon in wetland systems and how peatland drainage is affecting those. And we've also seen some motivation from the minister about linking those processes with coastal processes. So how draining peatlands impacts the nearshore marine environments as well. So, you know, I think I can't say exactly why there are so few data, but if we also look at peatland areas in Latin America, South America, and Africa, we're still lacking a lot of information on emissions. You know, it's at the state where maybe 20 years ago in Indonesia where we didn't really have a lot of data for those things. And so there still is a lot to be done. And that's why I think this session is also so great, just calling attention is for the need for this kind of basic research. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm afraid that we have...
no, additionally.
Yeah, very short, but very short.
Additionally, regarding biodiversity, we have big data on microorganisms and bacteria in the soil. We would like to find symbiosis species for tree growing. Yeah. So data on biodiversity is quite big in West Kalimantan. So please contact me. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Please have a bilateral meeting with Pak Kato. Pak Faisal, do you have any 1 or 2 minutes maximum to talk, please?
Thank you very much. I just want to answer a bit Pak Kato's question. So from some of the studies, the amount of carbon released through dissolved organic carbon or particulate organic carbon can be up to 20% of the emission that is coming from the field site. You can increase by 20%, so that's a very significant amount that should be taken into consideration. And I think to determine it, it's not so difficult from a technical point of view to determine that. It's very important. And I think, but also one of the other gaps very important to look at is N2O, nitrous oxide, because that's 395 times more potent greenhouse gas compared to CO2. And some of the sites in Malaysia, we find it double the greenhouse gas in terms of global warming potential when you add in N2O. So I think all of the sites, I think very important in Indonesia to look at this more detailed, and that by better water management, keeping the water high, the approach Indonesia has taken is also will reduce, keeping stable water level is the key thing to reduce N2O, and also blocking outlet drains and slowing the water flow down will also reduce the DOC and POC, the total organic carbon lossage from the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Faisal. Now we are coming to end of this session. Thank you very much, Pak. Please, you can talk about it later on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation in this session. A bit longer than usual session because of the technical matters and so many terms, jargon, and we have to learn about that. But thank you very much for all the speakers, both in offline and also online from Rome. Thank you, Maria and Matt, for joining us today. And with that, I close this session with a big applause to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much, and back to you, Mona Chan.
Thank you, Pak Zahrul, and we really value your thoughts and for you to share your experience with us. So Ibu Neti, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment Indonesia, would like to hand out a special gratitude to all the speakers, except for those who joined online. Unfortunately, we can't send it out to you, but maybe next time. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Matt, and thanks once again for mentioning. Thank you, by the way, for sharing all the information without overwhelming us too much with technical data and formula. Silakan langsung, Ibu. Okay. Pak Kato Sang mentioned that the collaboration is the key to build a sustainable future. Thank you very much for your recommendations. And thank you, Serena, for sharing that. And Maria, of course, before you did mention that R&D, accurate, updated data is very, very crucial. So to develop strategies to monitor and measure CO2 in the peatland. And engaging local community, building trust with them is also very, very important to have the ground level measurement, because field data is very, very important. Thank you, Pak Zahrul, for chairing the session this morning, and take a group photo first with everybody online. Please stay with us, Maria, Matt. We were going to take a picture before you log out. Okay, everybody can see all the speakers. Okay. Okay, thank you very much once again, and we're going to have a long break this time because we are going to have a bit of performance by our Indonesian Indonesian dancers. They're going to showcase you our culture just right at the main, at the open stage in front of our pavilion. So please join the fun with them, and we'll see you again, I think at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock? Okay. See you then. Thank you.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in Pupuk. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, Pupuk offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? Pupuk. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the Sustainability-Linked Loan Program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional, memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun duluan udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia, memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja, perlindungan lingkungan, serta peraturan yang berlaku di berbagai sektor industri. Dunia yang terus berubah, demikian juga kami. Adaptif, menciptakan solusi untuk menjawab kebutuhan pasar yang terus berkembang. Inovatif, memperluas jangkauan dan dampak melalui transformasi operasional. Solutif, mendukung pelanggan untuk mencapai target keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan usaha. Dedikatif, memberdayakan masyarakat, memperkuat ekonomi lokal, dan melestarikan lingkungan merupakan tanggung jawab sosial kami. Jaga integritas dan reputasi bisnis Anda, itulah yang kami lakukan. Sukovindo, assure your confidence.
Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we? The fastest, the cheapest are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in Fupak. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, Pupuk offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? Pupuk. Safer, better.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy and enriches social bonds and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit, is about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy and enriches social bonds and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit, is about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy and enriches social bonds and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit, is about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy and enriches social bonds and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit, is about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security.
Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and
Good day, everybody. Hope you all have a good lunch and full of energy for our discussion. So the new Indonesian new administration is highly emphasized on food sovereignty, and therefore there is a need for a balancing need between food security whilst minimizing the environmental impacts. Therefore, leveraging advanced technologies is very, very crucial to boost agricultural productivity and maintaining and promoting sustainability. Since the extensive use of synthetic fertilizers is contributed largely on greenhouse gas emissions, today we'll be discussing on the key initiative strategies, policies to promote the low carbon fertilizer, as well as the technology to support a transformation shift towards a more sustainable agricultural practices. I promise it's going to be a very, very insightful discussion, so please get your pen and notes ready, and we will start by inviting the VP Corporate Affairs of Pupuk Indonesia to chair the session. Please welcome Bapak Maranatha Simbolon.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to these sessions. And I think it's very exciting because we'll talk another side of climate change. So we're talking about agricultures. And agricultures and climate change has a dilemmatic relationship. On one side, the climate change has influenced the change of weather patterns of agricultures. We realize there are a lot of pests and disease changing, and we cannot predict the market of agricultures. So on the other hand, agriculture also one of the sectors that contributes a lot to the climate change, especially the methane from the rice production system, and also the nitrous oxide from the over fertilizers of nitrogen-based product. But then here we'll hear how the fertilizer industry try not only to optimizing their production system, become the greener industry, but also how the fertilizer industry also try to responsible to the scope 3 emission of them, the use of fertilizer and optimizing the cultivation system. So today we have a very interesting panel, not only from Indonesia fertilizers industry, but we have a lot of experts from across the globe. So I'd like to invite firstly Mr. Dwi Satrio Anurogo, the CEO of Petrokimia Gresik, one of the largest fertilizer company in Indonesia. And I'd like to invite also Mr. Alfa Widiawan, SVP Technology of Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang. Dr. Maximilian Jungmann, Executive Manager, Heidelberg Center of Environment, Heidelberg University, German. And Professor Naoko Ishii, Director, Center for Global Commons, the University of Tokyo, Japan. And Dr. Sergei Paltsev, Deputy Director, MIT Center for Sustainability, Science and Strategy, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA. Welcome. How are you? Great. Okay. Like I told before, agriculture value chains also has significant contributors to climate change, and fertilizer industry also part of the spotlight because we have also conducted our carbon footprint, and a lot of them not only in our production systems but mostly in the scope 3 emissions where people use the fertilizers irresponsibly. So we'll talk it more later, and we will like to see how technology can help it and how can the smallholder farmers or developing countries use that kind of technology. It will be the challenge of this that will be addressed in these sessions. So for the first talk, I like to ask Mr. Dwi, could you please share your company's decarbonization roadmap and strategies to transform fertilizer industry? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, and also esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe in the online, I'm honored to be here to share our company's program, Petrokimia Gresik company, as a fertilizer industry in minimizing and reducing the carbon footprints. Firstly, I would like present directly. Firstly, I would like to introduce Petrokimia Gresik is a part of the Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company. Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company is many activity of business, mainly as a fertilizer producer. For urea, Pupuk Indonesia is the biggest producer of urea in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and also the East Africa. And beside produce fertilizers, Pupuk Indonesia has activity in logistics, in trading, and also in EPC. And Petrokimia Gresik itself, our company, is a part of Pupuk Indonesia, is the most complete fertilizer producer in Indonesia. We have 36 plants of the chemicals and fertilizers, with total production capacity 10 million tons annually. Consists of 5 million tons of fertilizers, many kinds of fertilizers, and 5 million tons of chemicals. We produce many kinds of the fertilizers: urea, NPK, ammonium sulfate, potassium sulfate. And we produce of chemicals like ammonia, phosphoric acid, and sulfuric acid. Talking about the decarbonizations, minimizing the carbon footprint, we, Petrokimia Gresik, have 2 units of ammonia with total capacity 1.1 tons of ammonia annually. Frankly, the raw material of the ammonia is coming from natural gas. And as you know, when we process natural gas to be ammonia, for 1 ton ammonia produced as the side product is carbon dioxide 1.8 tons. So 1 ton of ammonia produce another product is 1.8 tons of CO2. Yes, a part of them, 0.7 tons, we capture it with with ammonia to be urea, and another we captured it to react as a raw material of another fertilizer like ammonium sulfate and also the NPK. But still, the CO2 exposure to the atmosphere. Not only the technology, not only the process. When we produce ammonia, the production activity, we also the carbon dioxide exposures coming from the utility, coming from transportation, and coming from logistics. So we should, our Petrokimia Gresik should comprehensively have plan to reducing the carbon footprint. That is our roadmap. We have already done several programs, and we already have a new program in the future. We have reducing coal consumption. We have power generation coming from the coal, and we shut down the unit and switching to with the electricity coming from the renewable energy. We have a program in efficiency reusing. We have a mangrove plantations. We install the solar panel to get the greener electricity for the energy, and the essential is to transformation from the gray ammonia to blue and green ammonia. Okay, next slide. This is our target. We should transform from the gray ammonia to blue and green ammonia to reduce the CO2. Without that, we cannot do it. This is our challenge. How? Why? Why this is a big challenge for us? Green ammonia, blue ammonia need a huge investment, and the technology, especially for the green ammonia, up to now, up to the time being, as I know, is not yet established with the efficiency, with the high capacity of green ammonia produced. But we have already to have a plan. Yeah, next slide. We have plan. This is an investment. Yeah, this investment. How to reduce? We reduce the carbon footprint. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We talk about the green ammonia. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. Yeah, this is several program of us to reduce carbon footprint. Yeah, I skip to the green ammonia. This essential transformation of process technology of us. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, green ammonia development. We should transform from the gray ammonia to green ammonia and blue ammonia. For blue ammonia, we can capture the CO2 exposure to the atmosphere to inject to the earth. We have the plan of that. And about the green ammonia, we will get the green hydrogen coming from hydrolysis from the renewable energy, and we reacted the hydrogen, green hydrogen, inject to the existing our ammonia, green ammonia, so we can get the increasing of the capacity and mix blending with the green ammonia. So this is our step, step to decreasing the CO2 exposure. As you know, this is the program need investment $227 million to produce only 82,000 ammonia, green ammonia. This is 10%, only 10% of our existing ammonia capacity. But this is our start. This is our commitment. That and I'm sure that the technology of green ammonia, we can get the cheaper technology, the high capacity, and also we can get the green ammonia. We can get the green fertilizers, and the aim is we can save the planet. This is the program of us as a fertilizer industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dwi. It's interesting that you have a lot of programs happening there in Petrokimia Gresik. What is the primary challenges that you find in implementing those programs?
Yeah, actually, for the ammonia, for the fertilizers, is very dependency to the fossil energy. It's the very dependency to the raw material, natural gas, because the natural gas as the raw material of the fertilizer was developed more than 100 years. 100 years to develop the efficiency to the high capacity of the fertilizer coming from the natural gas. When we switch it with the new raw material like green hydrogen, I think is need big effort. First, say about the investment, about the technology, yes, about the financial aspect. This is the big challenge of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dwi. So we're moving to another fertilizer industry in Indonesia. To give you a context, Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang is one of the first fertilizer manufacturer in Indonesia, or maybe in the Southeast Asia. It helps Indonesia pass the green revolutions by increasing, I think, from 2 tons per hectare rice in 1960s to 5 tons per hectare rice till to today. There's a contribution of fertilizer industry there. And then I want to hear Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang, how you will you will be the key actors also in decarbonizing our agri-food value chains and industry. Please, Pak Alpha.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nata. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Alpha Widiawan. I am from Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang, also known as Pusri. I would like to share about the decarbonization roadmap of Pusri, journey to ENDC 2030 and net zero emission in 2060. Next. Okay, this is our company profile. Pusri is the first fertilizer company in Indonesia. We established since 1959. We are the #1 distributor of subsidized urea in Indonesia. We are the subsidiary company from Pupuk Indonesia Group. We have a production capacity of urea and NPK about 2.6 million tons per year. And totally in Pupuk Indonesia, we have the production capacity about more than 12 million tons per year. We have a vision to become a leading agrochemical company in Asia. Next. Okay, as we seen, in 2022, there is a top 5 sector biggest consumption natural gas that contribute of more than 80% of national consumption. As Pak Dwi said, but in Indonesia, all of fertilizer company using natural gas as a raw material and energy, and the fertilizer is the top of national natural gas consumption in Indonesia. That in other hand, the energy sector emission 2002, the industry sector contribute about 100 million tons of CO2. So this what can we do? The industrial fertilizer have to contribute to reduce the emission. This is our responsibility to fight the climate change. Next. Okay. This is Pusri decarbonization history. Since 1981, Pusri already have a commitment to reduce the GHG emission with the production efficiency with first gas recovery unit. In 2012, we already awarded Asian Energy Award special submission category. And also in 2016, we already replaced the old plant Pusri 2 with Pusri 2B that can reduce the emission about more than 500 tons CO2. Next. Okay. Now, Pusri decarbonization roadmap we divided by 3 phases. The first one is from 2023 until 2030. The second phase from 2030 until 2045, and the third phase is 2046 until 2060. In the first phase, we already plan and do some project to increase the energy efficiency by revitalization the old plant. We have 2 more plants that very old and inefficient, Pusri 3 and Pusri 4. We will replace the 2 old plant with Pusri 3B. And also we revamping Pusri 1B. About the resource of renewable energy, we also do some using biomass as a co-firing at coal boiler. And about electrification, we also using the PLN or electric state owner company electricity integration. Why we do that step? Because the electric from PLN is have lower emission than our power plant. So we do some REC and also install the solar cell and also operate the electric vehicle. We also do some community forest and waste management. In the second phase, we plan to build the blue ammonia in Pusri 2B by using the technology of CCS or CCUS. And the third phase, we plan to build the green ammonia as the Pak Dwi said also in Pupuk in Petrokimia Gresik. Next. Okay, this is our project 3B. The project 3B is doing to replace the inefficient Pusri 3 and Pusri 4 plant. Pusri 3 and Pusri 4 is already operating for more than 45 years. Yes, so the efficiency is very inefficient depending the new plant. As is shown in the slide. Pusri 3 and 4 have the energy efficiency about 34 MMBTU per ton urea. In this new project, the energy consumption decreased to up to 23. So we have the energy efficiency about 40% more efficient than the old plant. So we in Pusri 3B you also have better operational. About digital system, efficiency, environment friendly, reliability, and proven technology. And also it increasing product competitiveness. Now the impact of the environment is the project 3B also can reduce the emission around 600 tons CO2 equivalent. We hope the project can be finished in 2027. Next. Okay, about the energy transition, we used to utilize the biomass waste, water hyacinth, that can found in Kemarau Island, some community in near of Pupuk Sriwijaya, Palembang area. The agricultural waste is product is processed to biocoal pellet and utilized for co-firing in our coal boiler, and also can get for cooking furnace and gasifier in Kemarau Island. Nah, this project we aim to reduce about 4,000 tons of CO2 in 2030. Next. This is the technology of our biocoal. We aggregate the dried leaf waste and water hyacinth and then process it by bio drying and pellet casting. The output is biocoal that have the calorie about 3,500 kilocalorie and the moisture less than 30%. Next. Okay, next. Okay. All the program we have in phase 1, in 2030, we aim to reduce more than 600 ton CO2 based on business as usual. So about the intensity of CO2 in 2023, we will reduce from 1.4 and become 1.2 in 2030. Next. Okay. We also have innovation product. We call it Pusri Dev that can make impact of emission reduction. So Pusri Dev is a liquid solution that can reduce the NOx emission in the exhaust of diesel engine vehicle. This may be the scope 3. Yeah? Okay. Next. Okay, we already utilize the low biorate urea that we have in Pusri and the main water in our plant. So we have a pilot plant about capacity about 2,000 liter per day that can be already sold more than 150 ton per liter in past 8 years. This equal to reduce the emission about almost 400 ton of CO2 equivalent. Okay, next. Pupuk Indonesia recognize the critical role of technology in decarbonization of agri-food supply chain. So the focus is optimizing agri input through high precision farming that can enhance productivity, improve efficiency, and address challenges like soil fertility, climate change, and water scarcity. This effort align with sustainable practices involving customer needs, ensuring a more resilient and environmentally conscious agricultural sector. Next. Okay, this is our contribution that awarded by government. We have a green industry certificate from Industrial Ministry and also gold proper in last 2 years. Next. Okay, this is our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Alpha. Yeah, it's also interesting to see actually all the fertilizer industry also realized that we're not only talking about production system, we also talking with how we can also make a product innovations that can be greener for our customers. So, do you think there is any challenges on marketing the green products like that?
Okay, we have innovation product, yeah. We call it Pusridef. So the market is, we have the market. Because the new technology of diesel engine with adapt Euro 6 is must edit the Pusridef, or as known as AdBlue, to reduce the NOx. But the challenge is in Indonesia, there is a lot of engine, a diesel engine that doesn't equip with the facility of that, as we call it SCR, selective catalytic reducer. So the challenge is how to make for government, yeah, to make incentive, yeah, maybe financing incentive to convert the old technology with the new one. So the product, the Pusridef, can be added to this equipment, because it's very important, because the NOx is almost 300 times higher than CO2, the emission. So it's our responsibility to reduce the also the NOx.
Thank you, Mr. Alpha. So the agri-food value chain is very important nowadays in Indonesia in particular. Our current president talked a lot of food security, and almost all ministers working on the food security now. And we also heard from our head of delegations a week ago that sustainability, the environment, is important, because we talking about the long-term policy, the long-term food security, and so on. Dr. Max, I'd like to hear about how should we work together on making our agriculture value chains more sustainable. Please, Dr. Max.
Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to zoom out a bit and look at sustainable agriculture from a broader perspective, and how fertilizers are connected to this. And if we look at this graph from the Potsdam Institute of Climate Research, we see that the so-called planetary boundaries, so where we stand in terms of specific areas of resource depletion, resources that we have used up already, we can see that in 9 of these areas we are already outside of so-called safe operating spaces, compared to 2009, where 7 boundaries have been assessed and 3 had been crossed. In 2023, 9 had been assessed and 6 have been crossed already. And when we take a look at what we've talked about before, the impact that we're seeing, we're not just talking about climate change, but we're also talking about biochemical flows such as phosphate, nitrate, and also, of course, biodiversity. So just from a natural science perspective, looking at how we deal with natural resources is not sustainable, and agriculture plays a big role in this. And obviously we need to change this in order to create food security in the future, but also just to protect our planet. And when we take a closer look at this most recent publication from the Potsdam Institute, we can see that this change is happening quite fast. They brought out this planetary health check recently where we can zoom into different areas, and for example in terms of climate change, but also in particular the nitrogen cycle. We're moving fast towards a high-risk zone, which means that it will be almost impossible or very, very difficult to reverse the damage that we've done. So just from a planetary perspective, we need to change the way we're currently producing food in order to be able to do this in the future. But you also talked about food security and the priorities of the Indonesian government at the moment, and if we connect this with the SDGs, then we see that sustainability and sustainable agriculture is not only connected to the environmental dimension, but especially the social dimension. Zero hunger as a goal, and of course you could connect this with all SDGs, but if we in particular look at food security, then it becomes clear that we have to think about what this transformation will mean for food prices, what it will mean for especially small-scale farmers. And we keep talking about all of the technologies that are available, and I will show you some that are in discussion in a moment. However, we also need to consider accessibility to technology and accessibility to fertilizers, for example, so that it's also affordable for people. And then again, it is connected to goals such as SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, because if the transformation is managed well, then this could lead to job growth, it could lead to better employment and better salaries. But if we don't look at all of the interconnections that we're seeing, then it could have adverse effects. And all of this, of course, is essential to achieve SDG 13, climate action, because if agriculture will not play its role in terms of climate action, then we will not be able to achieve the Paris Agreement. And there are lots of different concepts in sustainable agriculture and lots of areas that we could go further into. We've already touched upon the role of fertilizers and how difficult it is to decarbonize the fertilizers and the production process behind it. But if we look at what sustainable agriculture means in a holistic manner, then of course it also includes lots of social aspects and economic aspects. So for example, we talked about carbon prices before and the price it takes to divest from natural gas, for example. And of course, government support can play an important role in that, setting a proper carbon price to also create an incentive to decarbonize faster, because it requires lots of investments, and businesses expect a return of investment if they are supposed to continue working and providing employment, and especially providing food security in the future. One aspect that is also directly connected to the planetary boundaries is, of course, the state of our soils, soil erosion, and the effects this can have on communities, again, because we're not only talking about mitigation, but also adaptation and loss and damage. We are already experiencing the effects of climate change in many regions in the world. Farmers, especially small-scale farmers, are among the most vulnerable, so we also need to consider building resilience in order to have sustainable agriculture in the future. And there are lots of technologies being discussed. You touched upon precision agriculture, for example, and the challenges and opportunities of producing more sustainable fertilizer, and which also feeds into soil and crop management. Of course, there's also lots of discussions on genome editing and CRISPR-Cas technologies and so on to reduce the needs for pesticides, for example. Again, challenges and opportunities connected to organic farming. But if the priority, for example, is stability in terms of access to food and prices, then we have to consider what's scalable as well, and what do we have to make the best out of the current technologies that are here while we're developing new ones. And we are also seeing differences or new developments not only in terms of food production, but also the logistical processes behind them, because they're again connected to emissions. And what we're seeing is that lots of food production is, for example, moving closer to the populations that require food, especially in larger cities. So we're seeing new concepts in terms of indoor farming, new greenhouses that are being developed, smart irrigation where you only feed the crops what they actually need and not having excessive water or fertilizer use, and of course a lot in terms of robotics, AI and automation, for example, when it comes to understanding how healthy the crops are and what can be done to give them the nutrients that they need, and reducing waste along the way. Waste when it comes to food production in itself, but also producing as much as is actually needed, and making sure that a lot of waste that is already happening on the ground when we're producing the food doesn't happen there, for example, because of norms that we're setting. That's something that we're seeing in the European Union, for example, where there are lots of standards for the food to actually go into the supermarket and to be sold there. So we also have to consider the type of food that we want to consume. Does it have the right nutrients, or does it have to look a certain way? That's something that contributes to a lot of waste, and before it gets to the households themselves. So there are lots of technologies and there are lots of challenges, as we've heard, and fertilizers play a crucial role there. There are thankfully also lots of strategies and partnerships in the European Union. We have the Farm to Fork strategy for fair, healthy and environmentally friendly food systems, which is part of the European Green Deal, which is the European Union's plan to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050, and lots of regulation connected to that. And agriculture, sustainable agriculture plays a crucial role in this. Of course, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has lots and lots of programs. One example would be the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, to also look into resilience but also mitigation in food production and agriculture. And I brought you an example of bilateral cooperation under international umbrellas. The Germany IFAD partnership, where Germany is supporting other countries and also learning a lot from other countries in making food production and agriculture more sustainable. Germany itself has a long way to go. As a German, I can say that we have lots of challenges with food production, with fertilizers as well. Very big companies in that field, and it's essential that we're all learning from each other and supporting each other, because eventually we're all sharing the resources this planet has to offer, and we're all in this together. Just a bit about our background and the role of academia. At the Heidelberg Center for the Environment, we're an interdisciplinary research incubator where we bring together researchers from all sorts of sectors to really understand environmental challenges better, because we realize that from one perspective, just from engineering or from farming or from political science, the challenges are so complex that it's impossible to really grasp them. So we need to develop research questions from the beginning on in an inter and transdisciplinary manner, and working a lot with industry partners and people from other universities and think tanks as well. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the discussion.
Cheers, Max. So, Max, it's interesting that you talk a lot about collaboration, talk about the role of academia in the sustainability approach or actions. But then there is a questions from maybe developing countries or smallholder farmers that dominated the countries, who should be the one that gain the big step, and how should they fertilizer industries like us, what should we do to start the quantum leap of the sustainability of the agriculture? Can you give me some insight on that?
difficult question. So I think it's important to really understand the challenge at first, and the challenge is not just how we can move as fast as possible in terms of decarbonization, which is of course a crucial challenge and one of the biggest ones, because if we don't manage in moving forward in terms of mitigation, then all of our other goals will be negatively affected, and we won't achieve food security without progress on climate action. I think that's clear, but we also have to have a just transition and manage the process in a way that no one is left behind. And when we're seeing that food security is a priority for so many countries, and that's an essential part of sustainable development, then we need to understand the mechanisms that lead to why the system in place right now is not sustainable, and what needs to change in terms of incentive structures and which role governments can play and international organizations in supporting each other. So I think essentially it's about creating incentive structures where the sustainable option is also the economically most reasonable option.
Thank you, Max. So when we talk about the agri-food value chains, it is critical to zoom into the farmers and land, because they're the core of the value chain actually. Fertilizer is just make an input on that, or seed producer make an input for the farmers and land. Then farmers and land produce the crops and then consumed by the market, by the populations. So Dr. Sergey, can you provide us some insights on that, on how we can move to help the smallholders, farmers or developing countries to access the technology? We talked also about technology before. Please, Dr. Sergey.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I think it's extremely important to recognize the connection between our overall goals. So why we are here, you remember we are trying to make sure that we are preventing the climate change and extreme events. And so it means that it is very important to connect, well, these global goals with local actions. So what we do at the company level. And I was very happy to hear your very concrete plans. Okay, well, this is what we are going to do, how we are going to contribute. And it means that whatever we are going to do, we need to find the way how each of us is going to contribute to the solution. And it means that we need to provide those opportunities, not just to whoever else is going to do, but also each of us. And so what we are trying to do, we are trying to bring this view from the global level to regional level and to a very local level at the level of the farmers. And so one example which I want to give you, you see that climate resiliency early warning system, which we are currently developing in Bangladesh. So what we do, we actually working with the local farmers in a couple areas of Bangladesh, where we are trying to provide much better understanding, well, what kind of changes they need to look at. And just to give you an example, so the making sure that fertilizers are accessible and they are applying the right part and the right quantity and variable quantity is very important. But also they are impacted what they can grow, because what is happening, at least in that part of the world, is the changes are already coming to that part of the world much quicker. And so just one example, in that area where they're growing rice in Bangladesh, it's a lot of salinity to the water, a lot of water intrusion, and as a result, well, they cannot really produce rice that efficiently anymore, and they're making a decision, oh, should we abandon that? Should we go to shrimp farming? Should we do something else? And so these type of the decisions where we also need to predict, well, what is the crop calendar? What do we need to plant? And what do we need to be prepared for? And that's exactly the idea of that CruiseNet system. And again, the website is there. You can go and check, where we actually hoping to give to individual farmers that additional information. So last year when I was in Bangladesh, in wonderful Jashore and Keshapur, I was extremely pleasantly surprised when we were talking to the farmers and we asked, okay, well, can you tell us what's the main things which you are dealing with? What are the main challenges? And well, first of all, I was surprised that almost every farmer, and again, you're almost in the middle of nowhere in Bangladesh, and if you haven't been there, I suggest you to go there. That's very, very, very unique experience. And almost every farmer took something from their pocket, and well, they all have phones. And they're saying, oh, well, we can check what is the price for our product here, what we can do, what are the things. So that type of the connection, that type of the technology, even at that level, is extremely important. Why is that important in connecting to fertilizers? Because, well, obviously, I was trying to understand, well, kind of, what are you worrying? What are you worrying about the extreme events, or water availability, or heat stress, even not just on the agricultural production, but also on livestock, because actually they are saying, well, we have a lot of impacts on livestock because it's so hot that they are getting sick, they're getting less productive, they need to do something else. But interestingly enough, when I start asking them, well, what worries you more? Most of the answers were price of fertilizers. Because last year, well, we were still under the high cost area after certain events, global geopolitical events, which increased dramatically the price of fertilizers. And they said, well, we need to deal with that. And so the point is connecting to the stories which we just heard about the fertilizing company, where we hear, oh, we will have the green fertilizers, green ammonia, green urea, or blue ammonia. That's nice, that's very fantastic. But my first question typically is, how much is it going to cost? Because if we are going to talk about sustainability, it's sustainability not in terms of the emission reduction, it's sustainability in terms of affordability. It's sustainability in terms of economic growth. We need to make sure that we are providing not just the clean solution, but we are providing affordable solution. So recently we have done a study for the Department of Energy in the US, where we looked at the applications of hydrogen. And so when you are talking about green ammonia, green urea, you need hydrogen. And whenever you're talking about the cost of green hydrogen, and you're comparing that with the cost of natural gas, where you currently produce the fertilizer, well, the economics doesn't add up, because that green fertilizer is 2, 3, 4 times more expensive. Well, it's nice to reduce emissions, but you need to take into account how you're going to incentivize that, how you work with the governments, how you work with international institutions to make sure that you are providing sustainable solutions. And this is exactly where we are looking at different projects at the country level. So that diagram in the middle on the graph is, this is where we are working with the entity which is called Millennium Challenge Corporation. So this is the international aid program, or international aid energy from the United States, where they work with individual countries. They pick 3 or 4 countries per year, and they decide, well, what is the most constraint which they can remove and make sure that the country is increasing in terms of growth and sustainability. And so what we are trying to do, we are trying to provide the decision makers with that assessment. Because, well, what matters, let's say, in Cameroon is different from what matters in Cabo Verde or what matters in Indonesia, and you need to find that unique solution, which constraint you need to remove in order to help country to develop even better. And so as a result, there is no unique solution. And so unfortunately, yeah, we can talk as much as we want about the global pathways for emission reduction, but all the actions, all solutions are local. So it means that we wouldn't be able just to blindly take, well, this is the answer for that country, and that is going to work for another country. And this is exactly where we need to get much more understanding at this local level, regional level. What actually impacting that particular farmer? What is his most important thing which he wants to resolve? And this is where we are bringing that technology in order to understand, well, what are the current conditions of the soils? What are the current conditions for irrigation? So all these kind of activities which are related to precision agriculture, smart agriculture, all these sensors, GPS, understanding what is needed, what is the health of the soil, is extremely important to bring that into the integrated fashion. Well, again, that's not going to come for free. And this is, again, where we need to understand where the money is going to come from. So presumably this COP is trying to solve, well, that issue where the money is going to come in order to satisfy the need of the developing world. And that's extremely important even to quantify, to assess how much money we are talking about. And once you start adding up here and here and here, well, pretty soon you're at a very sizable amount of money. And, well, that's exactly the sticking point where, well, we are asking, well, this is how much we need, but nobody wants to provide that much. And this is where the connection with governments are extremely important, even just to realize what are we talking about. And I'm pretty sure, well, companies like what we heard, they have a lot of pressure from the government. Oh, you need to decarbonize, you need to be part of the solution. But they also need to make sure that they are providing sustainable answer to make sure that all the farmers, all the customers, all the citizens have an adequate supply of food and all the ingredients which are needed for sustainable future. So I'll stop here.
Amazing, Sergey. Round of applause for him. Before we talking more about the financial with Professor Naoko, for sure, it's exciting that you mentioned about the farmers in Bangladesh, that you asked them what's your problems, and surprisingly they have their smartphone or phones there. But then when I also did some research, there are a lot of penetration of smartphone in Indonesia for the farmers in particular. They have a lot of penetration, above 50%. But then the problem is how the farmers use the smartphone to access the right things. There are a lot of social media nowadays, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Probably they just access that rather than to access the science of agri, how the new technology on that, or how market that. How do you see we should tackle the digital divide, not only the accessibility to the smartphone technology or digital technology, but how to make them smarter in using the smart technology?
That's a fantastic question, and that's exactly, the phone is just enabler. The phone is just enabler how to reach people. So if you're going to watch YouTube or TikTok or, well, nice cats on the phone, that's not going to help if you're farming. So you need to have very actionable information which is going to help you to make decisions. And that project which I mentioned, CruiseNet, is exactly that. So we are trying to understand, well, what actually information they are missing right now. So part of the project, and it's a 5-year project, and we are in the year 2, and we already have done many field studies and kind of trying to understand. The first question we were raising, well, what kind of information you would want to have if you have a phone, if you have an app, and try to understand. Well, and importantly, they want to be prepared. They want to understand a little bit more in terms of the impacts, in terms of the planting season, in terms of the prices, in terms of fertilizers in real life, in terms of where they can get their food and where they can supply the products. And so also more and more they are interested in the extreme events. So should they be prepared, oh, this is going to be a drought year? Is it going to be very flooding or other things? So even the long-term information which is related to climate change, also very important, not just day to day, not just what's going to be the weather today or tomorrow or next month, but the longer thing, because what they are trying to do, they are trying to do the planting sequence. Oh, we are going to do the borrow rice here, we are going to do the sunflower, we are going to change. And so that sequence of planting, they decide that beforehand. And so that's the information they need in order to do the long-term projections. Okay, what is my best option? Where I'm going to go? And so obviously you're exactly right. So we need to understand, well, what is the actionable information and how to better provide that. But again, coming back to my main point is that's going to be very local. and very specific. So in other words, what we are creating right now for Bangladesh, we can do the same approach for Indonesia, but it will require additional effort, additional understanding, additional modeling, and trying to see how we can tailor that for local conditions.
Thank you, Sergey. And now we're moving to Professor Nauko. Decarbonization is always challenged by the financial matters. Everyone has their ambition. Even the fertilizer industry, governments, customers, they're talking about the greener things. And fertilizer industry also talk about they have their ambition in production systems, but they also want to help the farmers as their customers. And we are talking about the cost of it. Can you bring your insights on that, please?
Big question. Before I enter to your respond to your question directly, can I borrow your slide, maximum slide, and the planetary boundaries? Is that possible for you to?
The max slide.
Max slide.
The third
the
slide.
Planetary boundaries, because that's something I was about to. I was thinking of talking about. But thank you for presenting it. Can you do that? Thank you. And yeah, this is the one. Yeah, actually, this is also my starting point. You can see exactly why the agriculture, the food system is that important for us to stay within the planetary boundaries. So that, and as already mentioned, it's not only the climate, but also the biodiversity, the water, the land, and the fertilizer cycle are all in red, or yellow to red, which means unless we find a way to transform our system, our economic system, that we will be definitely going into the very disastrous situation anytime soon. So to me, this picture, this analysis tells us that we have to find a way to transform our economic system, and the number one candidate of the transformation is agriculture and the food system, because you can see it really touch upon that the GHG, the climate change, the water stress, that the biodiversity loss, the land use change, and fertilizer, the agriculture and the food system is the one which really touch upon all those red to yellow to red zone. So that is actually the topic I think that is so central to not only climate change, but also all other important nature-related topics. So that's number one. But we all know how challenging it is to transform the food system. Already touched upon that the food system has so many diverse multi-stakeholders, and including smallholder farmers, and the huge the industry participants, and the energy sector people, and of course that the people along this value chain. So it's not really easy to transform food system as a value chain, and that's why I was very impressed with the two companies leading this strategy, and actually to pressurize the government to how you can, or the government of Indonesia can do better to transform the food system as a part of their national strategy. So my huge admiration and an appreciation to the business leaders' efforts. So thank you so much. So that's my maybe first point I want to make. But then your question about can we really do anything from to support your effort of the finance point of view? I think that the Sergey already mentioned very clearly, and also your question, if your account is red, you can't really do green stuff, because green stuff remains expensive. So we need to find a way to make your account also green. So how the finance and national strategy or global effort in this venue can make it happen? I think that's a question you are asking me. So I really don't have the perfect answer to it, but then I am the member of the FSEC, that a food system Food System Economics Commission, which just published a report earlier this year. This is actually try to understand from economics point of view how we can transform the food system and how much it costs and what kind of intervention or incentivization or disincentivization is needed. So that according to that report, which I'm also part of that, so I'm responsible for that, the current the food system costs us to the globally 5 to 10 trillion US dollars annually. Where it comes from, it's one of the environmental costs, health costs, so that the societal costs, they add up to 10 trillion US dollars. So it's a huge cost we are all we are suffering from. But if we do this transformation right, it actually creates the benefit of another 10 trillion US dollars, and it will go into the much better world. That the people will be better in the much better nutrition. The environment is saved. That the deforestation is stopped, and of course, good impact of the climate change. So how we can really go from here to there, from 10 trillion minus to 10 trillion plus. According to that report, they say 200 and 500 billion intervention can make it. Where it comes from, one is actually the dietary shift. This is a very provocative topic, so I'm not necessarily promoting everything about dietary shift. But the Eat Lancet report coming to the next year will tell us more about how to localize that proposal to fit to the each of that region. So let's look for that. But another important thing is how to incentivize that important things that each of the companies, the citizens are doing, and also how to penalize that the bad deed. It's kind of a combination of that taxation, but also that the subsidy. Or subsidy may not be a good word, but how to reward that the good deed through through their interventions. Then also that the last point the paper produces, if we do this food system transformation, there may be the price hike of the food. And it's kind of debated, by the way, so there is not a perfect concrete conclusion yet. But there may be that we need to provide a social safety net. So those are the 5 points that it can do the 200 billion to 500 billion. But me, as an economist, I have a bit of the uneasiness about 200, 500 question, because the entire program of this planetary boundary is because we take the nature for granted for so many years. Nature really doesn't have the price. It's not really adequately valued in the current economic system. So until and unless we find a way to account for the full value of the natural capital, we will continue to undermine the nature, continue to undermine the natural system, which is the foundation of our economic system. So my big question going forward is that possible that can our economic system take into account the full value of the natural capital so that our system can transform much more easily without always asking that the carbon tax or revenue, the incentivization or any kind of more like patchy way of doing business. So while doing this maybe intervention, I think we need to really think about how to transform our economic system to take full account of natural capital. So that is more like going forward, but I hope that we can really think about. But again, that my conclusion is, again, thank you so much for this company effort to push the government and to make this national strategy much more meaningful. Without the company push, they are not necessarily moving forward. So I fully admire their effort, and that is really one concrete way to bring those multi-stakeholders, a lot of vested interests, or that's insecurity or the fear together to find a solution going forward. Thank you.
So, Professor Noko, yeah, a round of applause for her. Okay. When we talk about this, we have talked a lot about the agri-food value chains, and we have seen that this value chain is specifically a little bit dilemmatic. We have a strong interest on a greener food value chain, but also we have a problem with the affordability. We have a problem with the accessibility of the technology and the cost of doing all of that. So there's a ridiculous question actually. How much the speed? Should we delay the transformation of the agri-food system, waiting for the economics, the green economics better, or there is something that we can do small but step by step for that?
That is the toughest question to be asked. I think we were all in dilemma that we are struggling the short term, the cost against long term gain. But and I think the science tells us very clearly, if we wait too long, that the adjustment cost in the future is much bigger. So collectively, we need to find a way to get over that short-term cost, that the short-term valley, to go to the long-term the mountain. And I think that again, the national strategy is one way to bring every stakeholder, including vulnerable people, smallholder farmers, and big corporations together to really make that transition smoother. And the international collaboration should really promote that kind of just in transition.
Thank you, Professor Noko. So I think we just have around 10 minutes for the Q&A. If you have any questions, you can raise your hands and address, please. Please, madam.
Thank you so much. My name is Fatima Ahmed. I'm from Sudan. I'm representing grassroots women organization. We work with the women farmers and small-scale farmers in rural Sudan, especially at #1 agriculture area, Gadaref State, Eastern Sudan. My question is to the about the sustainability because we have program we tried for smart agriculture with those farmers for the first time to have fertilizer, and it really works and all this kind of positive outcome. But the issue of the cost is real barrier, but I'm just trying to find about not green fertilizer or this kind of thing. What about the organic fertilizer? Is it worth it if you can invest in organic fertilizer? Because we have programs in that, but we need to have the technology and the things that can make it on a large scale, so it can work in expenses wise and in terms of green. Thank you so much.
Organic fertilizers is a wonderful idea. Again, the key is if you go organic, first of all, you are eliminating all those emissions in the production, which we currently have when we are producing fertilizer, but also transporting fertilizer. And so if you can really scale up that organic fertilizers, the issue with organic is a scale, right? And again, and affordability and other things. So this is again where you need to find, well, what is the pathway? How you incentivize the policymakers and tell them, oh, you are talking about that the country needs to decarbonize, we need to be sustainable. Look, support us. So find the way how to talk with these multilateral organizations, how to find the way where you are going to get the incentive. Because as with everything, especially when you're talking about the small farmers, you really need to help them to begin. And this is the critical path where you get the initial incentive. But organic fertilizers, definitely, that's a very, very good idea, very good path forward.
So Sergey, actually, Petrokimia Gresik is one of the biggest also in producing the organic fertilizers. So it's interesting, right? The synthetic fertilizer producers also produce one of the largest organic fertilizer. Please, Pak
Yeah,
Dwi.
actually, Petrokimia Gresik is the pioneer in Indonesia to produce granular organic fertilizers. The source is coming from manure, coming from the byproduct of the sugar mill. And actually, organic fertilizer is the nutrition for the soil. Yeah, for the soil. Why we use organic fertilizer? Because the C ratio, the content of the carbon in the soil is decreased, because we harvest it and content in the plantations years and years, and the carbon content of the soil is decreased. Ideally 5%. Now, but now decrease in Indonesia, in our experience, not more than 2% of the carbon content in soil. So we should add the organic fertilizers. Yeah, actually the farmers are not interested in the organic fertilizer because the effect to the plantation not so significantly with compared with the unorganic. But in the long term, this can improve the quality of the soil. So in our country, organic fertilizer is subsidized by government. So government should do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, the next questions will be for you. And you after this. Yeah.
Good day. I'm Ruth Spencer from Antigua and Barbuda. I work with local community groups. And a lot of the technologies and information that when I come to COP I hear, maybe you give it to governments, but it don't reach down to the people. So people have to be innovative to find solutions that work. We believe in building up the soil. We don't have large land masses. Our farms are small. So we advocate everything, organic waste, fish guts, just about everything we put in the soil, because it's not just for the plants, but to improve the water holding content of the soils. We have a dry island, so when the rain comes, we really need it to go down to the roots. So thanks for the information that has been shared, and local. We have to localize the problem, because even the chemicals of concerns that come into the country, the farmers are using, some of the farmers are using them, and it's the health of the economy is so important right now that we have to find local solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So probably the young lady. Thank you. While for the gentleman and then the young lady.
Please. Thank you. Just to know, I want to know when I look for the planetary boundary. Yeah,
this one.
So necessary in 2030, we will get 11 boundary and 8 crosses. Necessary when I look for the statistic, the evolution. Yeah. So what disposition? My question, my English is lowly. 2009, 7. 2050, 7 boundary. 2023, 9 boundary. Necessary to 2030 in 6 years.
There's
too
time.
far. Okay.
All the boundaries crossed.
I say I want to know what disposition, because it is 11 boundary and 8 crosses.
Okay.
Necessary.
Okay, Max will answer that, but before, please, I think that's the final statement or final question for today. Yeah.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to ask my question. It's an understandable question. When you are talking about agriculture, I want to know what is the place of livestock? I don't know in Indonesia or in European Union, how far when talking about agriculture pressure on climate, what is the part of livestock? Have we statistic on it? How can it be solution, or it's just a way of problem? That is my question.
Thank you. So Max will answer the first one and also probably the second one, and Sergey also can give response on that. And if all the panelists here want to answer that, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the planetary boundaries and your question of the future, unfortunately I cannot predict the future, but I would argue that the development that we're seeing is not just a continuation of the past, and we will not, hopefully not, cross all planetary boundaries by then, but we could cross them earlier already if we're not taking action. So basically it's in our hands if we will reach all planetary boundaries, or if we make progress in decreasing some of them. And we also have to bear in mind that they're interconnected. So when we look at one of the few that is not completely crossed yet, we're very close to getting out of a safe operating space, ocean acidification, for example, then that's connected to other planetary boundaries as well. And for example, our progress on climate change is connected to lots of them. So we have to look at the interlinkages behind them, but I wouldn't say that it's a constant development. It really depends on our action, but we have to understand where we need to act and how everything is interlinked.
Your response is also.
No, I'm going to answer about livestock.
So just because of planetary boundary, the planetary boundary itself doesn't really project the future, but then my center, together with the Potsdam Center, that they did the simulation, how to find a way to how to get back to this safe operating space. So as Maxim already mentioned, we need to take the system change approach. So we did the 3 simulations. The one is the energy transition, then the land use transition. It's mostly agriculture, the food system. The third one is actually city or circularity. So with those 3 system change together is important. That we are more or less come back to the safe operating space. But it's such a hard or tall order. And we have to really deploy every possible measures to transform that key economic system. That is, if you go to the Center for Global Commons website, the result is already there.
About the question on the livestock, fantastic question. I'm really glad that you raised it, because typically when we talk about agriculture, we almost immediately thinking, well, we are producing rice or corn or wheat, but the livestock is actually very, very critical in this equation. And there are a couple of dimensions. As usual, it's not just one-dimensional. Well, the first dimension is livestock is impacted by climate change. So again, I gave you an example of Bangladesh, and when we went there, we were trying to understand, well, what's the role of different cropping pattern, different resistance of the different seeds, rice seeds, irrigation, other things. But the answers which we were getting, why are you talking just about the crops? Livestock is very impacted. Look, our cows are getting sick. It's so hot that they're producing less milk. It's so hot that they're not really getting that enough meat as they were getting that. And so the impact on the diseases, impact on the livestock, impact on the poultry, and it's not just about the kind of beef and other ruminants, but also a different type of livestock. But there is another equation, because a lot of crops which we grow them to feed the livestock. And so this is another chain which we would need to try to understand what to do about that. Well, the next COP is going to be in Brazil. Well, and you can talk as much as you want about changing diet, I can assure you Brazilians are not going to change their diet. They love meat. And they will continue to eat meat, no matter what you're going to tell them. Because, well, that's in the culture, right? So all these things also need to be taken into account. Because if you're going to calculate how much emissions you have in order to do like the beef versus other type of the diet, that's also a substantial difference, substantial change, but that's not going to come overnight. And so the livestock dimension is critically important in many, many, many dimensions.
So, yeah, thank you, Sergey. I think it's a very, very interesting dialogue today. We talk a lot from industry itself to the customers, to the meat eaters. We love meat, but yeah, we talk also the global climate change. So today's discussion is finished, and we thank all the speakers here and all the participants who contribute to these sessions. And talking about sustainable agri-food, we should focus on inclusive solutions. We cannot talk in just one party, it's in multiple parties and multiple perspectives. So thank you once again for joining us, and look forward to have a fruitful collaborations, and have a wonderful day at COP29. Please.
Thank you, Nata. So basically, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the Pavilion for Petrokimia Gresik and Pustri for sharing some excellent programs. And Prof. Nauko has acknowledged that programs as well. Thank you for the good work you've done, you and your team have done. Although, according to Sergey, there's no one single solution. There's no one size fits all solution. Each have to customize to local situation. And from Max, thank you for sharing some sophisticated technology. If I'm not mistaken, it's on pesticides, in particular for crops. And all in all, of course, thank you to Nata for hosting a very engaging discussions. And for that, on behalf of Pavilion, Pak Agus would like to hand out an excellent merchandise to all speakers for your valuable sharings and efforts and your time, of course. Thank you. And please give another big warm hand to all the speakers for the session. Okay, let's take a group picture before we all leave the stage. Okay, I think that's it for the day. Thank you very much once again. Thanks. Okay, our next session, as well as our last session, will be started in the next 5 minutes. So I guess for those who wants to join in, please make a move and have a seat. And we're going to have just a quick break for 5 minutes, and we're going to start the next session soon. See you then.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. We are the largest urea producer in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energi, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
The Earth is changing, but we have the power to shape a brighter future. By embracing sustainable solutions today, we lay the foundation for a greener, more sustainable tomorrow. At Astra Auto Parts, we understand that we are more than just a company. We are part of a larger ecosystem. Since 1976, the Earth is changing, but we have the power to shape a
Hello everyone, welcome to Indonesia Climate Pavilion. We're almost reaching the end of the program today. So we all know in 2023, Indonesia launched a new transformative fiscal transfer funds and prioritizes on forest and ecosystem. $1 billion distributed to local governments, and that makes Indonesia is the largest contributor of RED Plus funds worldwide. So the question is how we ensure the allocation of funds is being distributed effectively and efficiently. How to ensure that the funds is being managed responsibly, transparent, and accountable, and how do governments, NGOs, civil society organizations, the industry work collectively in order to support National Global Climate Resilience Program. To commence the session, please welcome Sony Mumbunan. He's the coordinator of Center for Climate and Sustainable Finance from University of Indonesia to host the session. Pak Sony?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us a chance to have a panel here. Judging from the title, sort of like a sectoral and thematic areas, ranging from finance, forests, and waste, of course, energy. And for this panel, we are happy to have esteemed panelists, speakers with us. Unfortunately, Ms. Umbrano is not able to join us, so there will be Pak Faton will be giving a keynote, and then we have the panelists will follow suit after Pak Faton, and then we'll have a discussion, exchanges among us. I would like to invite the speakers to come forward with me while introducing them. Pak Faton, could you please join with us here? Ibu Ratna, and Pak Roni. So Ibu is Indonesian calling for Madam, and Pa is for Mr. or Sir. Let me provide some introduction. So with us today, we have one of the leading figure in terms of sustainable development in Indonesia, Pak Faton Sukses, since 2014. Had been a member of the National Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia, and he recently appointed as a member of the audit board of the Republic of Indonesia. Imagine like supreme board dealing with issues and matters of auditing public institutions, and has been very pivotal in terms of having the Indonesian general purpose transfer with forest cover indicator, one of the most innovative fiscal transfer in the world, into fruition in 2023, starting from 2022. Pak Faton, I would like to invite you to come forward and deliver a keynote speech for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dear Excellencies, dear Honorable Member of the COP delegation, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. It is truly an honor for me to speak to all you on this occasion on the 29th conference on the parties to the United Nations Climate Change Conference here in Baku, Azerbaijan at the Indonesia Pavilion. Conference like this and other under the UN framework on climate change in recent years continually remind us of the urgent and critical challenge climate change poses. This critic impact humanity today and future generation will feel its effect even more intensely. As I say this, I am speaking about you children, about my children, about all our beloved children. This is the 3rd UN Climate Summit I have attended in person following this held in Sharm el-Sheikh and Dubai, and this conference I have spoken about the importance of developing policies, the drive transformation and increase the chain of success. In light of this context, it is heartening to observe that at COP29, countries are increasingly prioritizing ambitious emission reduction and actively seeking innovative financial solutions to enhance climate action. The emphasis on financial involved and concern effort to mobilize resources from high emission countries in the global north, acknowledging the historical responsibility of these countries is essential, even as we recognize that the obligation is still a work in progress. Furthermore, where feasible, countries in the global south might also consider strategies for domestic resource mobilization. Such initiative will be a valuable complement to the vital climate financing the global north countries are encouraged to provide to those in the global south, particularly as they grapple with the urgent and safe impact of the climate change and the need for adaptation measures. Dear Excellencies, dear fellow delegates, I want to share an inspiring today from Indonesia that highlight significant progress. In the last 2 COP, Indonesia made a bold announcement regarding the transformation of its fiscal transfer system for general purpose to subnational government from the central government, known as Dana Alokasi Umum or DAU. The groundbreaking fiscal transfer law, enacted in 2022, incorporated a forest cover indicator, enabling province, district, and municipalities to receive funding based on the extent of the forest area, alongside other crucial indicators. This innovative approach to fiscal transfer reflects a robust new framework for fiscal relation between the central and subnational government. It is commonly referred to as the HKBD law, derived from its acronym in Bahasa Indonesia. This initiative demonstrated Indonesia's commitment to sustainable development and for tropical forests and global climates. Subnational government with forests are likely to see the benefit of protecting this area, especially with the support of fiscal transfer. This benefit from protecting forests go beyond the border of the province, district, or municipality. The new fiscal transfer policy is significant. In 2023, about $1 billion we distribute due to forest cover. In comparison, the total RED Plus funding globally since it started about their $3 billion. This important fiscal transfer policy should be recognized. I was fortunate to be the Vice Chair of the Finance Commission in the National Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia when this policy was created. Dear Excellencies, dear fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am participating in my 3rd climate change COP and have taken on a new role as both member of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, or name of PPK. PPK is responsible for checking how the state manages its finance, as stated in Law Number 15 year 2004. We audit the finance of both the central government and regional government as well as other public entity. This new role has made me think about my past and current work. In the past, I focused on how the central government money is given the regional government for projects related to forest and climate. Now, I look at how the government manages and account for its finance. These two roles, past and present, connect important parts of managing state budget. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss the challenges Indonesia faces in funding climate mitigation in adaptation effort, particularly in forest and land use. The Audit Board of Indonesia, or BPK, recently examined the finance of this sector since 2021 and found several key challenges. One major challenge is that we cannot clearly attribute policy change to reduction in deforestation. This makes it difficult to track and measure our progress toward the initial deforestation goal we set in advance. Another challenge is our dependence on funding outside the state budget (APBN). Sources like result-based payment and the carbon market are limited to meet the funding needs for climate action in forestry and other land-based sector. In response to this challenge, PPK made recommendation to the relevant ministries. It advised that the ministry establish clear standard for measuring and evaluating both planned and unplanned deforestation as part of the climate action plan. PPK also suggests aligning deforestation target with the volume net sink target at both national and local level. Additionally, BPK recommended that entity identity and utilize both budgetary and non-budgetary source of financing to support climate mitigation and adaptation effort in this area. In summary, Indonesia needs to better link funding with effective measures to reduce emission from deforestation. I believe it is not limited to the forestry and land-based sector. It's also applied to areas like energy and waste management. Dear excellent ladies and gentlemen, the Audit Board of the Republic Indonesia, BPK, is well equipped to assess activity related to state funding in climate change sector and thematic area. PPK has conducted various audits on budget performance, including climate mitigation and adaptation effort, municipal waste management, flood prevention, and post-mining rehabilitation across province and municipality in Indonesia. I am proud to report that PPK was designed to audit the International Maritime Organization (IMO) for the fiscal year 2021 and 2023, and it was reappointed as the external auditor for International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) for 2018 to 2019. PPK also offer essential non-audit support like capacity building to ensure overall success. PPK staff have both served as instructor in and host a number international training program by International Organization of Supreme Audit Institution or INTOSAI, covering topic like sustainable development goal atau SDGs, climate change, and energy transition. Just last week, PPK were thrilled to host auditor from Belize, Tanzania, and Poland, just to mention a few of 18 participating countries to come to our training academy in Bali to learn hand-on auditing of blue economy. In summary, I have full confidence in the technical capability of PPK. The Audit Board of Indonesia has a strong constitutional mandate to audit the government of Indonesia and its various entities, national and subnational alike, which must address the board recommendation. To enhance effectiveness of funding in addressing climate change and sustainable development, I would like to further emphasize these two key points. First, the Board of Audit BPK shall adopt a cross-cutting approach that integrates different sectoral and thematic areas. Also audit and non-audit measures to be capable of meeting the challenges posed by climate change. And second, the performance of climate initiative funded by public finance and its governance must aim high to fit for purpose. This shall be our currency for climate finance, where funding for climate action is translated into effective action once the area measurable and traceable. As I have illustrated here, PPK has shown viable and proven example. This is the contribution of PPK reflecting the potential for improved condition in Indonesia. I hope this gives us the confidence to mobilize funding and spend in Indonesia, raising our ambition to combat the climate crisis together. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we come together in the beautiful city in Baku, we will love to arrive with renewal, hope and determination regarding COP29, especially in light of today's international dynamic. By sharing update on Indonesia transformative innovation, both those we have achieved and those we aspire to, let us celebrate our accomplishment and inspire one another. At the same time, we recognize our vital role in committing to the future climate establishment goal as outlined in the Paris Climate Agreement. May we all receive continued blessing from the Almighty God. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fastan Supchi, and we'll appreciate if you can join with us here. Thrilled to notice that in addition to the large amount of, I think we can call it like domestic resource mobilization done using public funding in Indonesia, he mentions about the role of the audit board, which very interesting that it also applies to the government of Indonesia and all of its entities, which can also address one of the key concern about climate funding, climate finance. And we hope by the illustrative examples shown and proven in Indonesia, it may sort of increase the confidence to come to Indonesia and support all the necessary to to enhance our ambition for climate goals. Now, we will move to the second speaker, or the first in a row, after a keynote. I'd like to invite Pak Roni to share some of interesting cases and illustration with waste management, but also deals with ESG, using the case of automobile. Pak Roni will, I think, will run a short movie first, and yes, can we turn it on? And then can we play? Okay, while waiting, let me share about Pak Roni. Pak Roni Kusgianta is a full-fledged sort of manager, starting from, of course, just to simplify, product business management division head of PT Toyota Motor, manufacturing Indonesia, one of the large car manufacturing in Indonesia and part of Toyota International. He was a product planning division head of the company and finance, legal, corporate sustainable, CSR division head of the company, and now a director since 2023.
The Earth is changing, but we have the power to shape a brighter future. By embracing sustainable solutions today, we lay the foundation for a greener, more sustainable tomorrow. At Astra Auto Parts, we understand that we are more than just a company. We are part of a larger ecosystem. Since 1976, we've grown into Indonesia's largest automotive parts company, driven by technology and skilled people. Beyond producing quality parts, we're committed to being a catalyst for a sustainable future. To be part of tomorrow means recognizing that every decision counts. How we source materials, minimize waste, reduce emissions, and design for the future is reflected in the Astra Auto Parts 2030 sustainability aspirations. Our sustainability journey begins with how we utilize our resources. By prioritizing responsibly sourced and recycled materials, we reduce our environmental impact and set the foundation for more efficient operations. Efficiency is at the core of our operations with building and machine automation. Supported by solar PV, we implement energy conservation measures, management systems, and audits. Through the electrification of our machines and renewable energy resources, we continuously strive to reduce our carbon footprint. Our employees play a key role in this effort. They are trained to adopt energy-conscious behaviors which drive and adapt to evolving production methods. Sustainability is integrated in all aspects of our operations, from safety procedures to everyday activities, fostering a continuous improvement culture. Our impact extends beyond production. Through circular economy initiatives, we reduce and reuse battery, scrap, and diverted domestic waste, ensuring they become valuable inputs for new manufacturing. As we reduce waste, we also contribute to greener transportation solutions. Our network of EV charging stations, Astra Auto Power, supports the growing adoption of electric vehicles, promoting cleaner transportation. We are committed to preserving biodiversity as well, by supporting the conservation of endangered species, ensuring our environmental responsibilities reach beyond the industrial sphere. As we look into the future, the vision is prominent. A healthier planet, where sustainability and innovation meet, and our efforts ensure the coming generations. Astra Auto Parts, parts of tomorrow.
Thank you. Pak Roni, please come forward. Oh, you would? Okay, please. Please, yeah.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be here, and also together with the panelists and the moderator. So that video, I think, is cover most of our operation. However, we prepare some slides here just to get a more better understanding about our company. So first about our company profile, so I will not touch upon so many here, but if you see in the middle portion, our company is based on the two business units. We call it the manufacturing business and also the trading business. And what's special about our company is we have two engineering divisions. So one is for the production engineering, we call it the WinTech. And also we have the product engineering, so we call it the Engineering Development Center. So next please. So this is our company which we mentioned before. We have 54 subsidiaries, which we have 29 partners. We have Japanese partners, domestic partners, including other European, Taiwan, and also US. And currently we have some challenge because we have so many various products, and also we have some business process. Next slide is mentioning about our sustainability journey. So we start from the 2019. This is the first our company published the first sustainability report, and then following in the 2022, which we launched so-called the Astra Autopart 2030 Sustainability Aspiration. Then continuing 2023, 2024, we keep on expanding our mangrove plants. And also now we entering the biodiversity program, which we mentioned before. It's called the Silvery Gibbon Conservation. And next, this is in numbers. We have some achievements. So this achievement, we can say that halfway to the 2030 Astra sustainability target. So we measure in the greenhouse reduction, energy management, and then water withdrawal, solid waste, and also community development. And also for internally, we have to reduce lost time injury and include the fatality. So next. So these three following slide is our logic approach of what we are doing in our company with the sequence of the input, process, and output. So first in the input side, so there are some alternatives which we are now doing. For the factory design itself, we try to input some renewable energy devices such as solar PV, and also we adopt some design which allow us to have a better natural lighting, air ventilation. And also we try to utilize some this we call it the wind turbine. This is just a small scale trial, and it's quite effective, and we plan to advance in the future. And also we have some what we can do as a manufacturer is, of course, we try to reduce the input, which is the material. So we try to find new methods how to reduce the usage. Well, also keep discuss with our customer without compromising the quality. So next, it's in our internal process. We try to expand the electrification, especially for the delivery devices, vehicles like a forklift and so on. We switch from the diesel fuel to the electric fuel. And like we mentioned before about the energy efficiency, we try to utilize some gas utilization for replacing some the electric. This case is the furnace. It's how we melt the metal and how we keep the temperature. So we have the information that the gas will be more green than the electric. And of course, finally, we utilize the IoT to control the natural light and energy efficiency. Next slide is about our output. So we also involve in the circular economy, means we utilize the recycled material also for our purpose in the company. And also in the middle one, you can see that we have also the recycle, including the solid waste by utilizing some, including the food waste. So we utilize, we collaborate with the third party how to recycle this solid waste. And finally, also we take care for the packaging itself. So currently we are utilizing the recycled pallets. And while in the future we keep going to get more green packaging. Moving closer to the circular economy, so you can see in the cycle in the life set is the modeling of the circular economy. So based on the input, the raw materials, we utilize the good design, how we effectively use the material. We go to the production, distribution, and then the consumed by our customer. Then after the end of the model life, we have some collection, Then we have so-called waste management, and finally, based on the recycle, we again consume as the raw material. And the stakeholder, as we can see in the right side, we have the manufacturer, which is we provide the R&D and process. We have the regulator, which is in this case is government. Customer, our outlet, we call it the shop and drive, and finally our waste processor. So next slide will explain more concrete example. This is one of our subsidiary. So we call it the PT AT Indonesia. This is a casting company, so the output is the casting and machining parts. It's like the disc brake and some chassis components. So you can see that for the small enterprise, ATI or AT Indonesia is absorb around 5,000 ton per year in the form of the waste material, and around 20,000 tons per year. This is some also waste material, but from the bigger supplier. And also we receive the waste material from the manufacturer. So this one again we recycle with our company and provide new parts for our customer. Then another waste management here is we try to adopt. This is about the recycle. So we collaborate with the third party, and they recycle this glass, metal, plastic, and also paper, including the organic material to be recycled or composting, and including the RTF technology, how to utilize the waste become the alternative fuel. So next is my last slide. This is about the growth of the EV in Indonesia. So one of the government initiative is how to what can I say, popularize the electric vehicle. So we comply this, and basically we try to create the parts. In this case is electric charging machines, which we develop by ourselves, manufacturing, and we distribute as the support for the electric vehicle in Indonesia. So this concludes my presentation. Again, thank you very much for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kusgianta, for sharing with us very concrete example in the automotive and the related industry. Interesting to notice how it looks at the industry beyond simply particular areas, but rather, you know, a more sort of along the value chain and extended area. And thanks for sharing also about the sort of updates on ESG and then the value chains. And we noticed that when it comes to electric vehicles, it's one of the sort of the challenge that this industry has to offer. I see Bu Ratna is ready to jump in, but just to provide some of the context, we have Pak Faton in the beginning looking from the mobilizing the funding and then ensuring that it will be used, you know, performance-based in an effective way. And then in between we have concrete, specific case of industry. Now we'll go a bit into the regulatory part, but I think we'll look at one very interesting case of voluntary carbon market. And here we have Ibu Ratna. Thank you for joining with us. Let me share some information about her, but first thing first, she will be arguably the first Indonesian Parliament member with a PhD in environmental science pretty soon. That will be. I hope you still join the next COPs with us, sharing anything. Inshallah. So Ibu Ratna was the deputy chair of the Green Economy Caucus at the National Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia from 2019 to to this date, 2024, and then a member of Commission 7 of the House, which, now it's reorganized into 12, but the 7th Commission was in charge for energy industry, research, technology, and special assignments. And then she was now the member of Commission 7, responsible for energy, mineral resources, and environmental affairs, as well as investments. Quite a mandate, and good luck with that, Ibu. Would you sit or would you? Okay. Yeah. The floor or the seat is yours, bro, please.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Your Excellency Mr. Fatan, the member of Auditor Board of Indonesia, Your Excellency my colleague Mr. Zainul Munasihin, the member of Indonesian Parliament from 9 commissions, and Your Excellency all the panelists, Mr. Roni from Astra, and also Mr. Sony who's providing us, and also all the fellowship delegates. Nice to see you all. First thing I want to thanks about this opportunity. This is such an honorable time for me, can be speak here today with all of you. And as Mr. Sony introduced before that, I am Ratna Juwitasari. I am the member of Indonesian Parliament from National Awakening Party. Maybe in the world you can known as Gus Dur Party, and Indonesia we already know by Green Party. That's why I'm here. And my task in the 12th commission, Mr. Sony, actually have the scope of duty in energy, environment, infestation, and hilirization. So, this day I want to present you about the voluntary carbon market potential in Indonesia, which in our opinion can catalyzing sustainable finance, economic growth, and also climate mitigations. As we know that, next please. Yes, Indonesians positioning itself as the leader of voluntary carbon market today, because we have natural fast resources and is key player in the generating carbon credit, especially for forests, wetland, coastal ecosystem, and many more. So these credits are sold to the business and also government seeking to offset their emissions voluntarily. We have inside this voluntarily part, because as we know that Indonesians have large population, so that's why we should have to concern about making people to has the concern about reduce their carbon voluntarily. And Indonesians natural resources, particularly its tropical forests, peatlands, and mangrove, make it a key player to the VCM sector. The World Bank already estimate that Indonesia's VCM could generate up to 10 billion US dollar annually by 2030. And this market also can contribute 1 until 2% to Indonesia's GDP, especially through forestry projects like reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, as Mr. Fatan maintains later, and also Mr. Roni, agroforestry, renewable energy, and waste management. The VCM also offers a new avenue for job creation, potentially generating up to 1 million green jobs by 2030. Why it's important for us in Indonesia? Because at that time we have a bonus demography. That's why we should arrange much opportunity for our young generation to make it more easier to get the work opportunity. The VCM, maybe the operator can next slide. Okay, next. Yeah. Already? Okay. The VCM sector also offers a pathway for sustainable economic growth, fostering investment in green infrastructure, renewable energy, and sustainable land management practices. It's also playing a crucial role in poverty reduction, particularly in the rural areas, which is the project health. That's a very, very attractive system that we should seeing this VCM project, it should be held. This project not only reduce emissions, but also improve local livelihoods by providing job in such as forest monitoring, sustainable agriculture, and green technology. As we know that the VCM sector has specific opportunities in carbon credit generation. We can say that the first one, forestry and land use. Indonesia has the biggest 3 tropical forests in the world, and it covers about 50% of the country's land area, and they are so critical for carbon sink and also storage. REDD Plus project and forest conservation initiative offer vast potential for carbon credit generation. It will contributing significantly to global climate mitigation goals that Indonesia has commitment to reach the net zero emission in the 2060. Mangrove restorations, that interesting, Mr. Roni, because I just hear that Astra also has the mangrove projects, and peatland conservations are also promising sector for the VCM project. And the second one in the agriculture sector, sustainable farming practices such as agroforestry and zero burning in palm oil production offer opportunity for carbon credit generation, climate smart agriculture. As we know that the young people, especially in Indonesia, they start to interested in the agriculture because our newest president, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, already declared that Indonesia has priority in the security of food. That means agriculture will be the main sector in Indonesia also. And as the legislation we have some commitment to make it smart agriculture and low emissions. Next, in the energy sector, Indonesia's transition in the renewable energy, we has committed that we should reach the mix of energy in the 2030 by 17%. It's a rather decline from our target before, but it causes so many things, but I still hope that we can reach that target in the 2030. And for support the target, we are in the parliament, especially in the 12 commissions, has arranged the new and renewable energies law, and it will be the big commitment for Indonesia because we didn't have yet the law before. So I hope we will segera menyelesaikan. Yeah. I hope we will complete it fastly because this regulation is what is called the legal standing for we are creating the renewable energy ecosystem, and we hope with this legislation we can attracting the investment around the world to get investment in Indonesia, especially for the renewable energy sector. And the last one is waste management. Indonesia already adopting circular economy principle with waste to energy project and methane capture from landfills emerging as a key source of carbon credit. Waste recycling and organic waste composting further can contribute to carbon credit productions. Although we already know that FCM has so many advantages to our finance, but yes, still we have some and several challenges and barriers to make it true, such as verification and monitoring, accurately measuring and verifying carbon credit, especially in sector like agriculture and waste management. It remains difficult, but I believe with the link and match with several companies, especially the biggest companies who held in Indonesia, we can make it easier. And the second one was policy support. This is our position in the Indonesia's member of parliaments. The stronger government policies and incentives. Some people says that stick and carrots are necessary needed to stimulate further investment in the VCM, and this including ensuring robust framework for credit generation, certification and trading. And the last one, but it's the most main sector, is capacity building for local actors, including business sector, NGOs, and communities need capacity building to effectively participate in the VCM and meet the international standard for carbon credit certification. As global demands for voluntary carbon credit rises, Indonesia is well positioned to attract international buyers. particularly multinational corporation sector like oil, gas, technology, and consumer good, including Astra. These buyers are effectively seeking high quality credits to meet their sustainability target reaches. Indonesia's commitment to adhering international standard such as the verified carbon standard, or we call it VCS, to ensure that its credit are credible and appealing to the global market. Indonesia's leadership in the VCM can serve as a model for other countries in the global south, demonstrating how sustainable finance mechanism can support both climate action and socio-economic development with continued investment in green project, not greenish, yeah, policy support and capacity building. Indonesia can further to unlock the potential of its natural resources and establish itself as a major player in the global voluntary carbon market. And we can report that Indonesia already represent arrangement of climate change law to be one of the priority law in the member of parliament. From that my presence, I have my conclusion that VCM present Indonesia with an opportunity to drive sustainable economic growth, address environmental challenge, and reduce poverty. By leveraging its natural resource and expanded its VCM participations, Indonesia can contribute significantly to global climate mitigation efforts while fostering local development, job creation, and poverty reduction. With supportive from policies and international collaboration, of course, we can hand on hand. Indonesia will be committed as cement from its role as a leader in the climate finance to global south through this voluntary carbon market. So maybe that's my presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the attentions. Wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Buratna. Thanks a lot for sharing with us. The audience can probably sense that Ibu Ratna has been pitching to Astra to join the crowd in voluntary market, and yeah, again, we hope for the best. So the session is aired through YouTube, that's what I understood. But in case you haven't seen here, these are some familiar faces. I see Pak Arif Wijaya of World Resources Institute, some colleague from Center for International Research Organizations, journalists, civil societies are also present here. Yeah, so it's quite a crowd. We have also Pak Ahmad Adib Susilo. She's the expert staff in areas of environment to the board of the audit board of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you for joining with us and for being sabar, Pak, when we ask for consultation, data information, double checking, and so on and so on. Really appreciate it. Now we move to the second part, and please remind me of the time. About sharing, exchanges, asking questions, discussion. So I will collect questions from you, and we can have the discussion in English, in Bahasa. I will translate if it is in Bahasa. I would expect some of the, okay, we start from you and then please, the very back. Please also mention your institution so we can easily attribute that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Soni. My name is Joseph. I'm from Fauna Flora International. I have two questions, if that's okay. The first one is for Astra.
The first one is for free. The second will be charged. Yeah? So just to
Okay, sorry then. So it's 1A. It's for Astra. Since 2019, your first sustainability report, how much have Astra Autopart spent on reducing its emission into 18%? This is to learn how much does it cost for a company to reduce a certain amount of emissions during certain amounts of period, so it can be modeled or probably being regulated. We have a member of parliament among us, which is a very advantage for us. So other company could also be enticed or being pushed to follow the reduction of emissions. So they will reduce their emissions. So if we know, for example, it takes 4 years for Astra to reduce 18% of emissions with, let's say, 18 billion rupiah, then that's the cost to reduce an emissions. And we know that if we want to reduce up to the the enhanced NDC target, then that's a lot. And if that can be reported under the sustainability report, which will be checked by BPK probably, then it will be very transparent. So we can show that the private sector company is also able to play significant roles in reducing emissions in real. So it's not just a commitment, but it's in real. That's 1A. And 1B is for Ibu Ratna. It's thank you for your explanation on carbon market. And it's as far as I know, Indonesia has not yet put the process of carbon tax. It will be enacted in 2025, and it's just for coal power plant. Hearing your explanation, is it true then that Indonesia is aiming for the VCM? Because you said there's currently ongoing discussion on making a new law or regulations on the climate change. So if that is true, then it will be great to know when will it comes out. I think that's it. Pak Soni, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think we can address this first, but we'll continue. So, Paroni, would you like to respond to questions? One on the extent of the emission of Astra, second one to Buratna, right? VCM, and it seems that the session turns into matchmaking. Yeah, DPR, we have the industry. Just for the record, the BPK, the mandate is on the public finance institution or related institution. Paroni, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So you asked about the spending. So we are calculating the spending. So basically, as mentioned, I think in the Astra International session last week, that our baseline is 2019 as the starting point, and based on this 2019, how much the CO2 we generate every year, and how much is the remix and so on, based on some indicator. Then year by year we conduct some improvement. So the form of the improvement, like I said, that start from the simple, like changing the lamps from the normal mercury type to the LED type. Then in the more complex is how we reduce the cycle time on every machines, and then reduce like the heating, the cooling, and so on. So It's kind of the combination between the changing the equipment itself, and some if really our efforts to in line with the production efficiency. So total of the spending is we still calculating, and basically we also need to totally get the numbers. So that is maybe not satisfy or concern, but the truth is like that. So we are doing every time. Okay, thank you. Move to Burana.
Thank you, Paroni. I hope it doesn't break your heart. We'll move to Ibu Ratna on when is the carbon tax, right? And why it's only coal, was it?
The first one is about the VCM, as far as I understand, with my limited understanding, the direction is regulated market, so compliance and voluntary. But we got a heads up on the regulations probably. So whether it will comes out as the VCM or not, it'll be interesting. Thank you very much.
Burana, please spill the tea. Yeah?
Okay. Thank you. That's so interesting, yeah, because as we know that VCM is already held, we got the issues since 2020 and 10, right? 20 and 10 and also 20 and 15. But Indonesia again and again has been late to capture the opportunity, but we already have the chamber of carbon tradings since September and 2023. Actually, we didn't arrange the climate change regulation for this issue, no. But we has maintained from the energy transition sector. As we know that we already start to make this law, to make this regulation since 2008, and it's not yet ready until now. There is so many what is stake, yeah, kepentingan that should be interest that should be linked and matched with this regulation. So I hope there is no late words for the future. At least Indonesia has commitment that we will reach the net zero emission in 2060.
Thank you, Burana. Before we move, I have a trick. Next time at COP in Brazil, you ask the same question just to double check. Burana, how is it progressing? Yeah, and that's for free. We'll move to another question. I think you will be asking. Yes, if you can limit the question, that will be very, very nice. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pak Sony. The question is limited, very limited. Just to Pak Roni Kusgianta. Pak Roni, my name is Dewi and I work for CNN Indonesia. I am a journalist. My question would be, well, before that, it's remarkable to learn about how Astra Auto Parts does its production and how it helps in creating 15 million units of cars every year. The way I understand your slides, please do correct me if I take it wrong. However, I was intrigued to learn about how in this changing world, from especially from the point of view of the automotive industry, in this changing view to transition into the greener world, how do you at Astra Auto Parts trying to move to the greener automotive practices? So, for example, you mentioned something interesting about producing electric charging machine at Astra Autopart. But aside from that, I learned from Wikipedia that Astra Autopart only has more than 30,000 workers. How do you balance between production and protection of the workers and transitioning to a greener practice of automotive industry in the future? For example, moving to the EV production. Thank you so much, Pak. Thank you, Pak Soni.
Pak Roni? Yeah, please.
One question, but many subs.
Sure. It's a deep question, but
Yeah.
it's very important. Yeah, please.
Okay, Bu Dewi. So first about the transition to the greener energy. So of course there are some options, but the basic concept is you can say reduce, reuse, recycle. That is I think the three main concept. So greener energy, of course, by the reduce means how we reduce the process or how we reduce the cycle time. That is contribute to the lesser energy consumption and the lesser the material consumption. So in this case, of course, we must collaborate with our customer. So how they provide the same quality, same performance, but with less process. So for example is whether this machining area can be reduced or not. So that is one of the example. Then number two is about the workers, number of workers, correct? So we have 31,000 workers here. So of course the basic question that we receive is by changing to the automation, digitalization, is whether the human or our employee will be reduced or not. So basically automation and digitalization is we believe that is become the enabler of our worker. So means how they can for example, they are not doing again the manual job, but moving to the job value to the analysis. That is one of the option. Or the other automation is means reduce their workload. So in the manual way, they need to lift something, but with the automation, they no need to lift the heavy parts, but the machine doing that is kind of tools. So I think that's answer your question, or do I miss one question?
Actually, Pak, my question is more into the line of transitioning the business of Astra Auto Parts. In the future, if you talk about the greener industries, moving from the fossil-based fuels vehicles, I don't know whether Astra has a long-term plan or short-term plan to move into the EV completely, or is there any pathway to move into that? Thank you, Pak.
Well, basically, if we learn from our customer, because our customer is the car maker and then the motorcycle makers, so far that the intention is so-called the multi-pathway. So means it will not jump directly to the EV, but it will be a kind of combination in the recent ICE and then the hybrid, including the plug-in hybrid. And then some is going for the EV. Of course, we Astra Auto Parts as the provider of the parts, we will follow their direction. So that is if we talk about the future electrification in the vehicle. Okay.
Pak Roni, thank you. We can continue after this. I'm reminded here that the time is about to, but I'll try to collect one probably questions or two. With us, I see Bufia already from the Climate and Land Use Alliance with us, and some other colleagues joining the crowd. Thank you for coming and joining. So given the time, can we, if you can ensure it's only very short, I can take two, but if it is very long, then I can only one. 1 minute, you start, yeah? Introduce yourself and the question, yeah? It's behind you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm called Musa Usman Damba. I'm a pastoralist indigenous person from Africa. Our organization hold UNFCCC observer status. We also hold United Nations ECOSOC status. I'll be very short. First of all, why coming to COP29? It was termed like the COP for finance. Well, we might not achieve the finance, but can we achieve one thing? Collaboration and cooperation, because I think climate change has no border. So my question to you, especially the Asian countries, you have some advantage or advance more than the African country do. For example, I can hear from my sister here talk about the carbon market and how they have advanced in that. So how can you help Africa meet up with your own level of development? Because I think we need that collaboration. And not only African government, but if we can engage more with the civil society.
Thank you,
So
sir.
how can we
registered the
foster
question.
this collaboration? Thank you.
Buratna would like to join, very short. How can we, it's on cooperation with Africa?
Thank you so much, Musa. That's a very nice questions. But as I say in my presentation, that Indonesia has commitment to do this thing first for the VCM, and when it's work, so we can duplicate it, this program, to all over the world, including Africa. Yeah, we has commitment to be a leader sector in the VCM market. That's why I do need your support also for suggest these things be the main finance climate option. That's why we can do and duplicate it in the around the world, also in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Buratna. I'm so sorry given the time, so I cannot take it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Bapa, thank you for joining the session. We give a round of applause to the panelists, Pak Faton, Ibu Ratna, Pak Roni. We would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Environment. Pak Agus, thanks so much for hosting us here. We hope we'll see you in Brazil. I'll give it the floor again to
Thank you,
moderator.
Pak
Terima
Soni.
kasih banyak.
Thank you. Although Astra, Pak Roni doesn't want to spill the company spending on on the sustainability efforts, but we truly appreciate all the best practices you shared, from replacing fossil fuels with a greener source of alternatives, waste management, and circular economy. I think it's worth our appreciation. Please send Astra a huge round of applause, and we're also very delighted that this session is joined by two representatives from GOI, Government of Indonesia, both legislative and executive. And thank you, Pasoni, for hosting a very engageful discussion. And with that, on behalf of Indonesia Pavilion, Pak Agus, Ministry of Environment would like to hand out a special expression of gratitude to all the speakers. And we're going to have a picture together. Pak Agus being in the middle, okay. Thank you very much, and this session concludes our program today. We still have, okay. Thank you once again. So we still have 2 more days to go before we all go home and spend time with our family. So I wish you all have a good rest tonight. Have a safe journey home, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia. Prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in Pupuk, Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes, made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, Pupuk offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? Pupuk. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
fully responding to the climate crisis. To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the Sustainability-Linked Loan Program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity,
is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional, memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun juga udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia, memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja, perlindungan lingkungan, serta peraturan yang berlaku di berbagai sektor industri. Dunia yang terus berubah, demikian juga kami. Adaptif, menciptakan solusi untuk menjawab kebutuhan pasar yang terus berkembang. Inovatif, memperluas jangkauan dan dampak melalui transformasi operasional. Solutif, mendukung pelanggan untuk mencapai target keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan usaha. Dedikatif, memberdayakan masyarakat, memperkuat ekonomi lokal, dan melestarikan lingkungan merupakan tanggung jawab sosial kami. Jaga integritas dan reputasi bisnis Anda, itulah yang kami lakukan. Sukovindo, assure your confidence.